Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching.
Good evening and welcome to our special fall COVID-conscious edition of Notre Dame Day. I'm Ann Thompson, the Chief Environmental Affairs Correspondent for NBC News. I'm a member of the Notre Dame class of 1979 and a member of the university's Board of Trustees.
And I'm Jack Nolan, the voice of Notre Dame men's basketball. You may also know me as the host of numerous programs for Fighting Irish Media. And a little secret, Ann and I used to work together just a few years ago at WNDU.
A long, long time ago. I've been part of every Notre Dame Day since 2016, and it's great to be back once again in this very unusual year. Now, I know our loyal Notre Dame Day viewers have grown accustomed to seeing this broadcast in the spring, but we have had to shake things up this year when the students were sent home after spring break in spring 2020 to continue their semester virtually amid the global pandemic. We weren't quite able to bring you the same Notre Dame Day that you've gotten used to.
That's right, Ann, but now that the students have been back since August, we're bringing Notre Dame Day live to you from campus once again. Even in the midst of so much change this year, there is something that has endured: the spirit and passion of Notre Dame and her students.
And to celebrate Notre Dame students and their continued commitment to doing amazing things, even in such uncertain times, this broadcast will focus on them. We will spend much of the remaining 5 hours meeting incredible kids and learning what they've been doing to keep the Notre Dame spirit alive on campus and in their communities.
We'll hear from individuals whose stories have been shared in books, movies, and television, and who are members of the Pro and College Football Halls of Fame. One guest is doing an interview like this for the first time in 30 years. As you can see, we are without masks here in the studio, but we are safely distanced from each other. Our show will be conducted virtually to limit contact with students, and our live performances will take place outdoors.
As you also watch this broadcast live virtually at notredameday.nd.edu, you can make a gift to any one of the 947 student organizations, clubs, dorms, and academic groups doing great things for Notre Dame here on campus, all over the country, and yes, all around the world. These groups will be competing every hour to win different challenges and prizes, so keep tuning in to the show to support your favorites. And when you make a gift this Notre Dame Day, you're going to get one of these, a very special Notre Dame Day face mask as a thank you.
In this hour, we'll hear from students who have gotten creative in quarantine and who are bringing passion to campus and service this semester. We'll also hear from Notre Dame leaders Marie-Lynn Miranda and Shannon Cullinan, as well as Notre Dame football legend Joe Montana.
Following this hour at 8 p.m., we will pause our show and our fundraising to direct you to the live memorial mass being held in honor of Valeria Espinal and Olivia Laura Rojas, the two Notre Dame first-year students tragically lost over the weekend.
To begin this hour, let's head to the Duncan Student Center and get an update from Brian Diss on giving so far this Notre Dame Day. Brian?
All right, thanks so much, Jack. Great to see you all again and glad to be back here in the Duncan Student Center for night 2 of Notre Dame Day. Since we left you off the air just after midnight last night, the Notre Dame Day family has continued to come forward for our students. And since we left you last, we've seen an additional 6,000 plus gifts, another $500,000 raised, and another 55 causes across campus benefited from your generous gifts. There's only just over 5 hours left to get one of these face masks and make a gift in support of whatever campus cause is most important to you. The students have been so thankful to be here on campus this year because it's here where they feel belonging, whether in their residence hall, a group or club, or a class activity, and any of these numbers of areas. By making your gift today on Notre Dame Day, you can fulfill and reinforce that sense of belonging that our students value about here on campus and for being a part of the Notre Dame family. We'll be here all night giving you updates on how we're doing, what the leaderboards look like, but for now, we'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Thanks, Brian. Joining us now is Marilyn Miranda, the university's new Charles and Jill Fisher Provost. Marilyn, welcome to your very first Notre Dame Day. It is great to have you here.
Hey, Anne, so good to see you.
How have faculty members been handling this very unusual semester?
You know, our faculty have truly been extraordinary. There have been so many challenges associated with teaching during COVID-19. All kinds of adjustments in the classroom. The classrooms are physically spaced out very differently, so your usual way of interacting with students and eye contact and the kinds of activities you do, all of those had to be adjusted. We're also constantly in a position where our faculty are doing this dual delivery, where they're teaching some students who are in the classroom and some students who are not in the classroom, either because they're in quarantine or isolation, or they may be remote learners for the semester. So our faculty, I really admire and am so grateful for our faculty who have taken up this challenge in a really big way and delivered an outstanding education for our students once again, even under these tremendously difficult complications that COVID-19 has presented.
Yeah, the job the faculty have done is just absolutely outstanding. So what have you learned from this semester that you will incorporate in the coming winter session and then in the spring semester?
You know, one of the things that we've learned for sure is that this 14 weeks of classes without any days off during the week has probably been a bit much for the students and for the faculty as well. So we're building some intentional days off into the schedule for the spring semester. So that'll certainly be there. We're also working with the faculty to think a little bit about ways to restructure some of their courses. Maybe instead of having a couple of very high stakes exams, have several more lower stakes exams, ways to lower the stress, lower the stakes on any given day or week. We're also doing things like consulting with the faculty in all of the high enrollment classes and finding out when they were thinking about offering exams and making sure for those courses where students tend to take them at the same time, that the exams are spread out so they're not having exams on the same day. That's actually a good idea, whether we're in the middle of COVID-19 or not. So there are a number of changes that we want to make for the spring semester that fall into the category of good idea, let's keep them.
Marilyn, I can't imagine an administrator who's ever had a tougher first year than you have. And thank you for leading us and writing this new chapter in Notre Dame history. Thanks for joining us and welcome to Notre Dame Day. Now, Jack will introduce.
When you love the place. See you later.
Bye. Now, Jack will introduce us to a Notre Dame student helping his dorm make a difference in the South Bend community. Jack?
And thank you. One of Notre Dame's most well-known dorm events is the Fisher Regatta, an annual springtime boat race held to raise money for St. Adalbert's Catholic School in South Bend. Though the fishermen couldn't hold the regatta last spring, Fisher Hall President Danny Brennan is here to tell us how their commitment to St. Adalbert's is as strong as ever. Danny, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
So, Danny, how have things changed in Fisher Hall this year?
Well, echoing the sentiments of all the great individuals who spoke yesterday, it certainly has been difficult to maintain the same level of community that Fisher prides itself in amid this terrible pandemic. And we certainly feel bad for our friends off campus, who we sadly haven't been able to see much this year, as well as the first years who haven't gotten to experience the community in the same way. But that just means that we have to be a little bit more creative, hosting a number of events, including masses, tournaments, and floor spirit weeks that safely bring the community together. And so far, I think we're doing a pretty good job.
As hall president, you have to be very involved with the dorm. What's been your favorite moment in Fisher so far?
Well, I have to say, I got to give a pretty big Notre Dame answer here in that I don't think I have just one. I think something that Fisher has a great strength of doing is being able to bring people together in a great community, in a great aspect. And so whenever you're with a Fisher brother, whatever moment that is, whether it be before a big exam, in the chapel during Mass, or in a friend's room playing Mario Kart, you really feel like you belong. So one of the big aims of the events we do in Fisher is to kind of channel this sense of community. All right, so last year I could think of the Fisher Car Smash, where, if you may guess it, we provide a car for campus to smash in the name of fundraising. We sadly had to cancel this event, but we try in many ways, like I said before, to be creative and to think of different ways that we could channel this community and bring everybody together.
Somehow during the pandemic, I think the car smash would be a very big hit. Now, the regatta is a major campus event. How much does it typically raise for St. Adalbert's, and what kind of impact do those dollars make on the school?
Well, since 2015, when we decided to, first of all, help out St. Adalbert's, make them our charity, we raised over $50,000 for the school. And with that money, we've helped to refinish their gymnasium floor, build the St. Andre Welcome Room, create a science lab, and have air conditioning throughout the whole building. In 2019, the last time we had the regatta, since last year, sadly, it had to be canceled, we raised a record-breaking $11,000. Now, since we didn't have the regatta last year, this year we have a very ambitious goal of raising $20,000 to put in a security fence on their property in order to protect the students. And so we had to be all hands on deck this year and thinking of ways throughout the year, and not just in the regatta, that we could raise money and get to that goal.
Now, without the fundraising from the Fisher Regatta, how has the hall still been able to help St. Adalbert's?
Well, this year, as I mentioned, we had to be pretty creative about what we do to maintain the community and, most importantly, help out St. A's. One thing that we've done is create friendly tournaments in non-contact games such as ping pong, spike ball, and NBA 2K, where people buy into playing. On top of that, we had a fundraiser recently that just ended where a donation of a certain amount would give a person, whether it be a fisherman or a parent, a Fisher-related gift, which raised a successful $1,200. So that was very big. And finally, we've had a number of other things, including selling of our regatta tanks, which are regatta tank tops. We do that every year, and we just had one specially made for our lost regatta last year. And the sale of those and the sale of all the proceeds from before go to St. A's, helping us to get to our goal.
Now, how do you think this unique time will impact the dorm's relationship with the St. Adalbert's community in the future?
You know, one of the most difficult things about this time is we haven't been able to tutor the kids of St. Adalbert's like we have in the past, right? So, you know, we do a lot of fundraising, but one of the big strengths is that we've been able to come in direct contact with the kids, be able to get to know them and get to really love and enjoy the community. And I think that the fact that we can't see the kids in person makes us fishermen, whether it be those of us who know the kids already or the first years who haven't gotten to encounter them for themselves, make them even more enthusiastic to help out in any way we can, whether it be through virtual tutoring, which we hope to get running very soon, or through all the fundraising efforts we have put in place. And hopefully things will go back to relative normality, but we continue to see our efforts as a way to hopefully encourage people and make them enthusiastic about helping St. A's in any way we can.
Danny, before I let you go, I've got to ask you, you're just a sophomore. Notre Dame is not easy. Why did you decide you wanted to be a hall president?
Well, I got to say, I think it goes all the way back to the community. Fisher, you know, in every dorm, a lot of hall presidents have talked. Every dorm loves their community. And I think Fisher, we're an older dorm. Joe Montana, who's going to speak later, is a former resident, so just a little shout out to him. But it's a smaller dorm, it's an older dorm, and it has a community unlike anything else, I think, I've been able to see at Notre Dame. We have a great rector who we call Maz, and it's just such a brotherhood that I knew I wanted to get involved in any way I can, and what better way to do that than to run for president.
Danny, thank you so much for joining us and for remaining so committed to serving the students and the families of St. Adalbert's. And now Ann is standing by to talk to a pair of students about another modified dorm event. Ann?
Jack, thank you. In a year filled with words like isolation and quarantine, building community has become more important than ever. In pursuit of that goal, Walsh Hall Retreat Commissioners Piper Shine and Maura Brennan have worked to bring the dorm's annual retreat to life in a new and special way. Piper and Maura, welcome to the show.
Thank you. We're glad to be here.
It's nice to have you. Piper, you knew the usual Walsh overnight retreat would have to be different this year, and you started planning, I understand, on the very day you moved in to make sure it happened. What kind of changes did you have to make to work within the campus COVID guidelines?
Yeah, so Maura and I actually began talking about the retreat over quarantine, and we knew that no matter what, we were going to make it happen. So on move-in day, I ran into the hall president and we started talking about it then. And I would say that in order to adapt, we moved the retreat to the Sacred Heart Parish Center instead of a center in Michigan. We rented a tent to go outdoors and adapted the gathering to COVID-friendly restrictions. We brought in boxed food, set down carpets for distancing, and really centered around our goal of community. And while that is easier, when you don't have to physical distance, we did find the same sense of community and vibrancy through the empowered women of Walsh.
And they really are special women, I understand. The Walsh Retreat is anchored by a theme every year, and this year's choice was Illuminate. Tell us what that theme means and why it was chosen for this year.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much, Anne. So we chose Illuminate as our theme, partially because though I know we're all so tired of hearing this phrase, we really oftentimes lately have found ourselves stuck in the darkness because of the unprecedented times that we face today. Though we're all so blessed to be here where we are on this campus right now, it's oftentimes hard to remember what the value of community really means when community does mean staying 6 feet apart. So we chose the theme Illuminate, Piper and I, because it can remind us that God, our community in Walsh and at Notre Dame, and our own experience and faith can really illuminate our path, so to speak, through all this craziness. We were able to have 3 wonderful women from Walsh speak on this topic and really discuss the ways that we can support each other and find God and love in our lives when there aren't a whole lot of constants right now.
There certainly aren't. Piper, how many women participated in the retreat and what kind of activities took place?
Yeah, so we were lucky to have about 60 participants, give or take a few, and we were so grateful to have the space to gather together. And the retreat is formed through, as Maura mentioned, 3 student talks, a small group gathering time, one-on-one sharing, and a tactile reflection, which is what was just pictured there, which is where we made mason jars and then shared time together, affirming each other, affirming our gifts that we share, and then we appeal to forms of introspection and reflection through journaling as well. And along with these activities, we always have an unspoken rule to play the game Mafia too, just fun fact.
So now after this unusual retreat experience, how do you think it helped build hall community and connection in this year?
Of course. Well, speaking as a sophomore, one of my favorite parts of freshman year was fully integrating myself in the Walsh community by getting to know young women of every grade and all over the dorm, which I think anyone from any dorm can speak on, is definitely one of the most important parts of what that Notre Dame community means and what that dorm life experience means. Sadly, due to COVID, this was unable to happen this year at its onset, regardless of how wonderful welcome week was and how much we tried to reach out during or through social media and through texting. It just sadly could not be the full same dorm experience. And so we knew that to further this sense of community, to continue this aspect of dorm life, we had to find a wonderful and unique way to turn the craziness of our reality into something in which we could have an active and safe experience of community. So we sought out having this retreat, which I know is a constant in Walsh life, and was able to make the sense of community more of a constant for these first years, because again, it was kind of difficult to at first kind of further that sense because of the COVID guidelines. So we did know that this was needed to go beyond the usual socially distant hellos in the hallway. That was kind of the extent of community that we were able to feel to further that within the dorm.
Yeah, that's the challenges you've had this semester are just extraordinary. To both of you, what kinds of lessons do you think the Hall will gain from the unique nature of this year's retreat?
Well, the retreat this year did come at such a necessary time, and I know that many of us were finishing midterms, feeling drained and homesick, and this retreat gave us a space and time to breathe together and lean on each other and really be able to embrace the presence that we have and the gift that we have that is being here. And we were able to come together and do the impossible, and we were incredibly illuminated together through one another.
Exactly. I think Piper said it so well. It was so important to remember that community and this sense of community that makes Notre Dame so unique is an intentional process. Yes, the community is one of the most important parts of this holistic college experience, but during times like this, it might be a little harder to seek it out. So because of the success of the retreat, we were able to take this time, as Piper said, to kind of take a step back and really deepen our faith in our relationships in a way that COVID had prevented so far during the year. And so we kind of know that now going to such lengths on campus definitely is worth it.
Well, Maura and Piper, congratulations on your accomplishments, and thank you both for joining us and for all your efforts to keep your fellow Walsh residents connected this year. Now, let's see which former Notre Dame football star Jack's got on the line. Jack?
And I think you'll agree it doesn't get any more special than this. We are joined now by a Notre Dame football and NFL legend. Joe Montana won a national championship while playing quarterback at Notre Dame. He went on to win 4 Super Bowls in the NFL, was the first player to be named Super Bowl MVP 3 times, won the NFL MVP award twice, and was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2000. Joe, thank you for taking the time to join us tonight on Notre Dame Day.
My pleasure. I'm glad to be here.
Joe, let's begin by going back to your early years at Notre Dame. While many consider you, I think rightfully so, the greatest quarterback ever to play at Notre Dame, you had to overcome some adversity before you moved into the starting role. When you speak to groups, what lessons do you relay to the audience that you learned during your climb up the depth chart at Notre Dame?
Well, I think one of the first things is that, it's funny, I was just talking to Russell Wilson about this, and there's a thing that I always pass along is that, things are going to they're not always going to go your way. And I think the belief in myself was probably what kept me going. I always say that, it doesn't matter who believes in you, but the only person who needs to believe in you is you. And the minute you give that up, you're done. You can't, I don't think you can succeed without that belief and that drive that pushes you from behind. Yeah, I joke with my boys who, one who was there for a while, and the younger one, and even the girls about it. So, what? When I was at Notre Dame, there were 7 freshman quarterbacks. And by the end of my freshman year, I think I worked my way all the way down to number 7. But it's just a matter of, you just got to keep plowing ahead, and things are going to happen, and you have to prepare yourself. And be ready, because if you're not ready and that time comes, and it will pass you by, and typically there's not enough time to find a way back out of that hole.
Some of the other adversity, you had a shoulder injury in 1976. You missed the whole season in 77. You're coming off that shoulder injury. You are way down the depth chart. You're the team's 3rd string quarterback. You don't play in the first 2 games, and then everything changes in the Purdue game. Take us through what happened and what that game was like for you.
Well, it just talks about what I was just speaking, in the fact that, you have to prepare like you're going to play. I knew I wasn't going to play. But at the same time, every time you practice, every snap you take, every little chance you get an opportunity, you have to be ready to step onto the field. And we had lost the game. Were about to lose another one at that point in time in Purdue. And, Rusty Gush was playing. He wasn't playing very well. And they decided to put in, one of the other freshmen that came in with me, Gary Forsack. And Gary took off on a run around was going around a block, and a linebacker from Purdue came around. Probably one of the biggest collisions I've seen in football in a long time at that point. And Gary ended up coming to San Francisco for a little bit after this, so we joke about it then. But the guy actually did fracture his neck, and so in a sense of that we laugh about now, but it was like, oh gosh, maybe I'm going to get a chance to play. And they put Rusty back in, and so I was a little disheartened about it. But he kept still struggling throughout that day, and finally I got an opportunity to come in. And fortunate for me, things went our way from that point on, and we scored a few touchdowns and went on to win the game. But I was at that point, you're thinking, okay, you're going to be the starter from there.
And you were named the starter the next week, and you go on to lead the Irish to 9 straight wins and the national championship with a win over Texas in the Cotton Bowl. What do you remember most about that season and that team?
Well, it was just a team that never gave up. We had a lot of talent on the team. Should have never lost one game. But the thing about it is that you just can't quit, and that's what they did. The team just never quit on that, and we believed in ourselves. We went up against Texas in the Cotton Bowl there, and they had every trophy in college football on their team, whether it was the best kicker, the best punter, Heisman Trophy, Outland Trophy. And I don't think people really gave us an opportunity. And I don't think they understood the character of the guys that were on that football team. And we went down there and had a great game. And one of my favorite pictures is Bob Golake, who was playing middle linebacker at the time, was pretty much in charge of handling their running back at the time, who was the Heisman Trophy winner, and Earl Campbell. And there's a picture of Bob standing him up in one of the right in the center of the line, and you could see Bob's hamstring is torn through his pants, and you could see the rip in it. And it was nasty to look at, but it just spoke on how determined that team was. And Bob didn't care whether he was hurt or not. He still was playing at the top of his game, and I think that's what everybody did in that day.
Hard to believe now, but you were the 4th quarterback taken in the 1978 NFL Draft. The other 3, Jack Thompson, Phil Simms, and Steve Fuller, were all taken in the first round that year. You were the 82nd pick of the draft when the 49ers took you late in the 3rd round. Joe, when you have run into some of the general managers who did not pick you, what have those conversations been like?
I don't think there's, everybody said we laugh about it now, and truth be told, I didn't have the greatest of numbers. If you look at Jack Thompson, so to speak, he was throwing the ball 50 sometimes a game. So it's impossible. I think we were throwing it on an average somewhere between 19 and 21, 22 times a game. And the numbers just don't add up for you. I wasn't very big. They put these big things on how big and how strong you are. And I was 6'2", and I might have been 185 pounds at the time. You go in and they want you to lift all these, pick up 225 pounds now, bench press. I said, if they did that to me back then, I probably would still be lying there with it on my chest. And I think all I was happy was that I had a great opportunity. I was going to a great city with a new coach, a quarterback position that wasn't settled. And that's why I was happy about that part, just actually to have an opportunity to be in the NFL. I was excited. The only thing that lets you down and makes you think otherwise is that a lot of these guys will say, well, if you're there in the 1st round, we're going to take you. Or if you're there in the 2nd round, we're going to take you. And, at least we weren't on TV like they are today. You didn't get embarrassed by it.
When you look back at your terrific NFL career, is there a moment, what do you remember most when you look back at your NFL career?
I think I was a part of a great organization. We had a great owner, another Notre Dame guy, Eddie DeBartolo, and he brought in and put together a stellar organization, starting with Bill Walsh. And Bill had a lot of work to do. And when I got there in '79, it was a comedy show in a lot of ways, and he knew it. we were 2-14 because of it. And, you know, the next year we saw a little change, and he started bringing in players that he thought fit his system and fit the culture he was trying to build there. And yeah, it took a while, but you could see that there was light at the end of the tunnel. Did we know we were going to go to the Super Bowl our third year? Probably not. I don't think a lot of people did, but from that point on, I think people started taking us serious after that.
I know my co-anchor tonight, Ann Thompson, really likes your Guinness sweater, and we need to let everybody know that Notre Dame and Guinness recently launched a landmark deal, making Guinness the official beer of Fighting Irish alumni and fans, and you were named the ambassador for this partnership. What connections do you see between Guinness and Notre Dame?
Well, I mean, if you look at it, man, there's a lot of things that's similar. I'm surprised this hasn't happened before. I mean, you know, obviously there's the Irish part of it, but when you look at the foundations of what they do, they want to win, they have great histories, and they're looking at building a better future. And those three things that come to the top of my head, but I'm sure there are more. And, you know, I keep going, wow, what really took this long to get those two together? And it's great to be a part of that, great to be a part of the growth, and a part of, again, being somewhat connected back to Notre Dame again, and being a part of that program with Guinness. We had a great time shooting at Notre Dame. That brought back a lot of crazy memories. Went back and saw a lot of places I remember from my time there, and yeah, I'm honored to be part of it.
Would have been years since I'd had a Guinness, but mysteriously, somehow a case showed up on my doorstep about a month ago, and I can vouch that you have made a good decision. It was a terrific experience. So I'm going to have one tonight when I go home. This is our last question, Joe. I know Notre Dame's been very important to you and your family. 3 of your 4 children attended Notre Dame. As you look back on your life, what influence has the university had on your and your family's success?
Well, I think the experience of being at Notre Dame, and I guess I think the best way to kind of sum up a little bit of how special the place is, people don't really realize it until you actually physically go there and see it and experience it and see and feel the people around you, the support that you get on the field, off the field, after you leave there. It's still culture and a family feeling. But when my oldest daughter, Alexandra, was looking to go to schools, she was looking around, and I said, have you looked at Notre Dame? And I brought it up a couple times, and finally Jennifer said, why are you pushing Notre Dame? I said, I'm not pushing Notre Dame. I'm just saying it's a special place. You should go visit. She should at least visit, and then she can say no if she doesn't like it. And when we got there, and we ended up going to a football game on one of the weekends, and my wife just fell in love with the place and totally got it and understood from that point on. And she said to her best feeling was like, when you were there, it was like somebody had their arms around the campus. That was just kind of keeping everybody in there with the warm feelings and the things that she liked, the band going through Friday night through the campus. And from that point on, we had to be there for every Friday to do that, and going to the grotto. I think really tells the story of how fast you can really feel how special that place is if you go there.
Joe, I know we all look forward to the next time we can see you and your family back here on campus. Thank you so much for joining us here on Notre Dame Day.
That's my pleasure. My pleasure. Love being there. Love always, every time I go back. I'm looking forward to it.
Again, thanks, Joe. Now let's head to Tim Kenny on the Notre Dame Stadium concourse, where we'll get a performance from a group of very talented Notre Dame women. Tim?
Thanks, Jack. We're joined here by the Notre Dame Magnificat Choir. Now, this is a group of 40 women on campus from different faith backgrounds, different academic backgrounds, who come together primarily as musicians to serve in the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. Now, after 3 decades of performing as the women's liturgical choir, the group recently decided to change their name to the Notre Dame Magnificat Choir as a tribute to Our Lady, Notre Dame. So fittingly enough, tonight, the first piece they're going to perform for us is an arrangement of the Magnificat. And then they're going to follow that with a second piece, which will be a litany to the Holy Spirit. And tonight they're actually going to offer that as a prayer of comfort for Valeria, Olivia, and for their families. Ladies, take it away. Thank you, ladies, for sharing your voices and prayers with us here tonight. We're going to throw it back now to the studio where Ann is joined by a fellow Notre Dame trustee. Ann?
Thanks, Tim, a fellow Notre Dame trustee and a dear friend. We are joined now by Notre Dame trustee Cindy Parsegian. Cindy and her husband Mike met while they were students here at Notre Dame. She was in Farley, he was in Keenan. They would go on to have successful careers in business and medicine, but their life's joy was their 4 children. Tragically, 3 of those children would be diagnosed with a fatal rare disease called Niemann-Pick type C. That's when Cindy and Mike's dad, Ara Parsegian, began their foundation and a search for a cure. Cindy, welcome back to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Ann. Good to see you.
It's good to see you. When your family first started the foundation in 1994, there was no knowledge of what caused Niemann-Pick type C, no treatments, and few researchers, almost none, as you've told me, focused on studying the disease. What kind of progress have you made since then?
And we have made substantial progress and has been in understanding the disease. The number of researchers investigating NPC disease has grown exponentially. And most importantly, there are now 5 drugs in clinical trials, and we are very optimistic that at least one of these will be approved in 2021. While it isn't a cure, it appears to slow the disease process and will give NPC children a longer, fuller life.
That's extraordinary, Cindy. In 2016, the University of Notre Dame and the Ara Parsegian Medical Research Foundation merged to find a treatment for NPC. How has partnering with the university furthered the work that's being done in this area?
The merger of our foundation into a fund at Notre Dame has broadened our base, both in regards to financial contributions and researchers. We, as you know, Ann, are just a small family, and so having the entire Notre Dame community with us on this journey has been a huge benefit that shows up in several areas. First, we have the research team at Notre Dame that is dedicated to advancing research and collaborating with other researchers worldwide. And then we have an incredible director, Sean Casson, who has a broad experience as a fundraiser, plus a PhD in biology. So he has brought enormous talents to our mission. The administrative support we've received from the staff have helped in countless ways. For example, this summer, in lieu of having an in-person science meeting, we held the conference virtually over 4 sessions with over 275 attendees. And I have to say, the NT Tech staff pulled it off without a hitch. The community has also organized numerous fundraisers for us, including golf tournaments, dinners, bike rides, such as the ones the esteemed students have had the bike rides for us over the last several years. They didn't do it this year because of COVID, but I'm sure they'll come back and help us out again. So, Ann, I just have to say the ND family has opened up their hearts to help us. And it's just been really incredible to see that kind of love around us.
Now, how does the work of the Ara Parsegian Medical Research Fund have the potential to affect research in other diseases beyond Niemann-Pick type C?
There's always been interest in the NPC gene and how it affects other diseases such as cholesterol disorders, including heart disease, stroke, and arteriosclerosis. And recently, the gene has drawn attention because of its ability to affect viral diseases such as Ebola and, yes, COVID. Scientists have shown that Ebola virus needs the help of NPC pathway to enter into the cells and infect patients. There is now thought that the coronavirus, like COVID-19, use the same similar pathway. Therefore, understanding NPC disease may help to identify new potential therapies for COVID-19. I hope I didn't give you too much of a little science lesson there, but
No.
It's exciting news.
It really is. And you mentioned you've got 5 drugs in clinical trials. So what gives you and the other NPC families the most hope for the future when it comes to treating this disease?
We know we have an army of talented researchers and supporters, and that brings tremendous hope and comfort to the NPC families. As I mentioned, we have over 200 researchers worldwide working on the disease, and with Notre Dame leading the charge, we have hope and confidence that the mysteries of the disease will be solved with treatments and eventually a cure.
Now, during last year's Notre Dame Day and throughout Notre Dame Day's history, the Ara Parseghian Medical Research Fund has been one of the top fundraisers. How does the money raised through Notre Dame Day impact the fund's mission?
The money we raise through Notre Dame Days has become the lifeblood of our research. We have other fundraisers throughout the year, but this year has been particularly hard on nonprofits because of COVID. So in addition to the funds that we're raising tonight, we also have an anonymous couple who have graciously agreed to match every dollar we raise through ND Days. So this is going to be a great lift to our fundraising efforts in this very difficult time. And this will allow us to continue the most promising research and give hope to all children and their families that a fight continues.
Well, a big shout out to you and Mike, and a shout out to that anonymous couple for matching all the donations today. It really is extraordinary. Sin, thanks so much for joining us today. Now let's head out to campus with Vahid Sadrazadeh and check out a familiar destination that's looking just a little different these days. Vahid, tell us where you are and what you're seeing over there.
Yeah, Ann, thank you so much. On a chilly night, students want to come here to the South Dining Hall. Of course, just a spectacular location. 1927 is when it was built. When you talk about iconic buildings and locations on campus, this is one of them. Let's show you around here. This is the new and improved, as of this year and this month, the South Dining Hall. Of course, you'll notice these glass and plexiglass partitions here that are dividing students. So students sit on either side of these. They have here stickers that are located throughout to social distance. At the beginning of the semester, only pre-boxed takeout was available at the dining halls, which students could eat in their dorm rooms or outside in tents on the quads. South Dining Hall, as I mentioned, opened recently on October 5th, operating because of the pandemic and of COVID-19 restrictions at 30% capacity and physically distanced seats with plexiglass, as you're seeing here. Students enjoying. However, all meals are available for students if they choose for takeout. Masks, of course, are required indoors. Let me give you some background here of this 1927 historic building. The South Dining Hall is the older of the university's two dining halls, and it's a fine example, a beautiful example of Gothic design here in the United States. In the early days of operation, students dressed in coats and ties and dined in family style. Today, they can take advantage of the modern kitchen, the facilities, and the food court that blend the building's original murals, stone fireplaces, and oak tables and chairs. So, Ann and Jack, you'll see here is before we send it back to you in the studio, you'll see it a little different because of COVID-19. 30% capacity is what they're operating at, but still open. Students can enjoy this historic facility. For Notre Dame Day, I'm Vahid Sadrazadeh. We'll send it back to the studio. Jack, you are with a student now who has taken advantage of the great financial aid resources on campus.
He has indeed, Vahid. Thank you. Financial aid has always been one of Notre Dame's most important priorities, especially as the university continues its pledge to meet every student's financial aid need in these difficult and uncertain economic times. Helton Rodriguez is a junior Ann Bryce and Annex Stan scholar whose Notre Dame experience has been made possible by financial aid. Helton, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well. And yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's early in the week, but we're still here, so we're doing pretty good.
Well, you do look relaxed, and we're glad you're joining us here tonight. What made you interested in attending the University of Notre Dame?
So it was kind of tricky for me because as a first generation college student in my family, I was kind of ignorant. You know, there are the, kind of the buzzwords like Harvard or like Ivy League. I know those are good schools, and Notre Dame was one of them. So back then, all the reasons that I would say I was interested in Notre Dame, good academics, great school spirit, things like that. While it is still true, I feel like I really found what I loved about Notre Dame not until after I became a student here.
Now tell us about the moment you received your financial aid and knew that you were going to Notre Dame. What was going through your mind?
I'm not gonna lie, the very first thing was I just kind of came downstairs and it was just kind of in shock. And I looked at my my guardian. I was like, hi, so I just kind of got an email from Notre Dame. And she's like, oh, what is it? And I told her that, I got a full ride and she told me that we were getting ice cream to celebrate. So the first thing was, this is amazing, but I didn't really fully realize it. And then I was happy that I was getting ice cream to celebrate. But it was, I don't think I really could fully internalize it until afterwards, just kind of letting it just kind of sit in just how lucky and amazing this actually was.
You are currently, as we can tell from your pullover, a proud resident of Alumni Hall. What makes you so passionate about the alumni community?
So as an only child, I've always kind of had to rely on friends to be brothers or sisters, just kind of always there for me. And in Alumni Hall, these brothers have been everything that I wanted when I needed the most. They're some of the great guys to just have fun with, just joke around with, and then they'll also be in the library with me until 5 in the morning and helping me study for exams or just give me life advice. And honestly, just there, for example, every Sunday we have alumni mass in our chapel, and we would get on average at least 100 people in mass, and not just people from our dorm, but people all across campus, just because the community was just a strong, held together group of people. And it's just amazing. There's nothing to really describe it unless you're a part of it.
So what are your goals after graduation, and how do you think your time at Notre Dame will help you reach them?
So currently I'm majoring in biology. We might pick up a minor or two soon, but the plan is medical school after Notre Dame. As of right now, I know I want to be a doctor. Some days I want to be a pediatrician. Other days I want to be a surgeon. We'll see. But, as I was just saying, like even just talking to fellow bio majors or all the professors here at school, they really just kind of help me because I don't know what I don't know. And, they'll help me with my classes, but also just show me like different job options that I can do and different things in the medical field that I could pursue. So just with friends and, other advisors and teachers and those in the Ann Bryce program, literally just everyone here at Notre Dame, they just always give me a helping hand and just kind of guide me to what's next.
As a financial aid recipient, what message would you give to members of the Notre Dame family who give to fund financial aid?
I think I would give two messages. One, I would give on behalf of all the other students here on campus where nothing in their life really gave them any inkling or advantage that would lead them to Notre Dame except for the financial aid. And on their behalf, I would just say thank you, literally from the small things to from like meeting their best friends here on campus to being able to be in South Dining Hall. It really does mean a lot. And as for me, I would say a big thank you on behalf of my mother, who is watching from up above, and hopefully being part of the family. Fighting Irish has made her proud. On behalf of every single middle school, elementary school teacher that I've had, every single friend that I've met in the past 20 years, just on behalf of everyone and myself, I really do mean it when I say thank you for giving me the gift of Notre Dame, and that it's great now, but I know it's going to be great in 30 years and 60 years when, hopefully my kids and my grandkids and everyone is cheering on the Fighting Irish too. And just thank you.
Helton, I know everyone you just mentioned is proud of you. I just met you. I'm proud of you. So thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your passion with the Notre Dame community. Now we want to check out a performance from one of the university's premier singing groups, the Notre Dame Folk Choir. And after that, Ann will be back in the studio to talk more about giving to financial aid. Enjoy.
Take 74. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Ann Thompson. Joining us now is another campus leader, Executive Vice President Shannon Cullinan. Shannon, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks, Ann. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to see you. Making this fall semester a reality certainly required some unique preparation all over campus, and certainly you can see it walking around. Can you tell us about how the members of the Notre Dame staff were able to rally together and make this campus safe for the students to come back?
Yeah, Ann, as you know, what makes Notre Dame special is its people, and the staff are no exception to that at all. They've had a tremendous amount of grit, sort of faith in each other, and an ability to adapt and adapt and adapt again to changing circumstances almost every day. And they've made thousands of changes on this campus, from how we celebrate Mass to how we live in the dorms to how we teach to how to get a meal. They've really been extraordinary, I must say. And in some cases, we've asked staff to leave the job that they're in, go to a new job, and deliver a service that we've never done before. We have something called the COVID response unit, which is where all the testing and the contact tracing and the quarantine and isolation happens. So we took staff out of their job, moved them into something we've never done before, and said, hey, will you help us figure this out? Then we had a surge and had to add more staff to that unit. And now if you went over our testing center in the North Dome, it's a well-oiled machine. And we had lots of staff we had to retrofit 300 classrooms before the students came back, which meant facilities had to handle the social distancing in every classroom. Our IT people had to add video and audio. So if somebody was quarantined or in isolation, we could virtually sort of have them in the classroom, which was incredible. And then we had to retrofit places, iconic places like the Stephens Center, right? And so the list goes on and on. Our custodial staff has reached deep. If we clean dorms 5 days a week, now it's 7 days. If we clean bathrooms once a day, now it's 3 times a day. And you didn't ask me about faculty, but I do need to give them a shout out. They have pivoted. In the spring, they went online. And then in the fall, we asked them to do dual delivery, which is really hard. That means you've got most of your students right in front of you. And then you've got a few that are online, and you've got to keep them all engaged in a discussion. The other thing about our faculty is they see our students face to face 3 times a week and have a really good pulse on how they're doing, and particularly if they're hurting. So just hats off to the faculty and staff for all they've done to keep our students here.
Yeah, I think if you spend any time on campus, you can really see how on every level, everyone at Notre Dame has stepped up to this tremendous challenge. When it comes to money, we know that the pandemic has really created some serious economic challenges for families, for businesses, and not the least, institutions of higher learning. To better assist our families, the university created the Student Emergency Relief Fund to help address the increased need for financial aid. Can you talk about how the impact of unrestricted gifts and gifts of financial aid have on the university? How do they help making ends meet in these really tough times?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ann. It's, as you said, many of our families and our students, they're hurting from sustained unemployment and all sorts of implications from COVID-19. And we can see it in the data. Financial aid, you mentioned, it's year over year, it's up $20 million for us, for our undergraduate students, which is beyond anything we've seen in the past. But to your point, I want to offer just a couple thank yous. And you mentioned the Student Emergency Relief Fund. I want to thank everybody that's contributed to that, including you, Ann. This was something that started, I think, at a trustee meeting in May, and it was all about all the money would go to those students impacted by COVID-19. And I thought, wow, what a great idea. Well, a few months later here, it's achieved $10 million is in that fund. And I tell my peers that, and they're absolutely stunned. I mean, they just can't believe that has happened in such a short amount of time. You also mentioned unrestricted giving. Well, when you're in the middle of a pandemic, and we finished strong with unrestricted giving last fiscal year, it gives you that flexibility with dollars to be able to buy PPE and signage and test, right? And thousands of gallons of hand sanitizer, and gives you the flexibility to do that. I mean, endowment and grants are really, really important, but they're restricted. So when you're in the middle of a pandemic, that unrestricted dollar is crucial. So thank you. And my last thank you is to the one you mentioned is everyone that's given to financial aid over many, many years. I just say thank you. I will always be passionate about financial aid. I came here on financial aid in 1989, a mix of scholarships and loans. And I just have to say it's taken off since I was here. Packaging is so much better than when I was here. We have 50% of our freshmen are on need-based financial aid. And the average award for all undergrads on financial aid was about $43,000. That's the scholarship side of things. So and to those people, every once in a while I'll hear somebody say, oh, I only give $100 towards financial aid, and it doesn't seem like it matters. It matters a lot. So I also, to that $100 giver out there, thank you so much for what you're doing.
Yeah, it all matters, and it all goes to help our remarkable students, so many of whom we have featured on this program. Shannon, thanks for all you do, and thanks for joining us today. And good luck with the rest of the semester. Only 25 more days, right? Not that anyone's counting.
25, man.
Now we'll let Jack take over with a Fighting Irish footballer. Jack?
Thanks, Ann. We're joined now by junior Bauer, a Notre Dame linebacker who had a big moment on the field this past weekend against Pitt. Bo, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hello, thank you.
When making your college decision, what inspired you to choose Notre Dame?
I just think excellence surrounds Notre Dame in almost all aspects. I think that just kind of drew me in because I strive to be that every day. So I just felt that excellence in on the field, in the classroom, and it drew me and sucked me in.
I checked out your Twitter page today and I saw #BeADog. I know this phrase has quite a story behind it. Could you share that with us?
Yeah, #BeADog surfaced when one of our best friends from high school ended up breaking his neck wrestling. And we set out to help fund him through his journey recovering from that. And now it's turned into his own scholarship recently called Defiant that set out to help those individuals who do not have the financial ability to properly support their journeys through paralysis.
Now at Notre Dame, you've gone from being a special team standout to a regular part of the linebacker rotation. How do you feel you've grown as a player at Notre Dame?
I've just taken my game to a different place. I used to try to be super intense all the time, and it kind of take my focus away at times. And I've moved towards more a calm, cool, collected player. I've had a lot of help on that journey from Coach Clark Lee to Coach Nick Lazinski and Dr. Amber Selking. So I've had a lot of people to thank for that, but it's just been a journey.
How has defensive coordinator and linebackers coach Clark Lee helped you develop at your position?
Well, Coach Lee tries to help you develop physically, but also mentally. He does a good job of making you understand why we're trying to do different things while also training you to be the best in the country. He also cares about you as a person. So he tries to regulate your emotional needs and just tries to be there for you through your ups and downs. So he's just been kind of like a father figure for us, which eventually just helps us become better football players.
The Notre Dame defense has been dominant this season. You are currently ranked 6th in the country in fewest points allowed. From posting a shutout against USF to giving up less than 10 points to your last 2 opponents, what has allowed you to remain so consistent as a unit?
As a unit, we stick to a process. We trust in each other, and we always strive to make each other better every day and hold each other to that standard. And we just day in and day out, we try to have fun every day. If you're not having fun, it's not worth it. So we push each other, we have fun, and we just get after it.
Well, I know this weekend was fun, in particular for you. You recorded your first career interception in the Pitt game, a pretty big moment, especially to do it in your home state. What was it like for you?
It was amazing to be in my home state for something like that to happen, but really, it was just a bunch of selfless guys out there who were doing their jobs too. The defensive line did a good job putting pressure on the quarterback. The secondary covered his first reads, and I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. So it was just really a great experience for me, and I'm so excited that it occurred.
Coach Kelly has spoken lately about the importance of playing with a high level of intensity for every game down the stretch. How do you plan to do that, both as an individual and as part of the very deep and talented linebacker group?
You just have to come with the right attitude every day, really just operate in that type of mindset that you're going to go get it today, following that lead that Coach Kelly set for us. We've built a very tight-knit linebacker group, and so we can lean on each other. So if someone doesn't have maybe that juice someday, someone else in the group will, and they'll just push the whole group forwards.
Bo, thank you very much for the time tonight. Good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
After this quick break, Ann will be joined by a Notre Dame student who's gotten creative this semester and discovered an impressive skill. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Ann Thompson. Notre Dame senior Gabby Hong was taking a course in 3D foundations last spring when suddenly the students were sent home. She got used to making sculptures at home during the months-long quarantine, and she's further developed those skills in new ways here at Notre Dame this fall. Gabby, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Well, it's nice to have you here. So tell me, as a studio art and philosophy major, you had some exposure to sculpture during your undergrad coursework. What kind of things had you worked on?
Yeah, the first sculpture class I had taken was in the spring. And so I was working in the 3D foundations course that you mentioned, and we had worked on a wire project and a clay project, and we had just gotten into paper when we were sent home. So my sculpture experience going into home was definitely limited, but the professors really set us up well then to be able to create sculptures at home.
So you're completing your junior year at home. How did you adjust to doing such hands-on work without a studio?
Yeah, I think I owe it all to my professors. They definitely set up the expectation for us that we would be able to create art at home. I think a lot of being an artist is being adaptable and responding sort of to what is going on in the world. And so having that expectation that we would be able to create art and find ways in which we could take our sculptures home and work on them there definitely gave me the confidence to see that, okay, like other artists are doing this, other people in my class are doing this, like I got it. I can set up a space. I think my family got a little frustrated because I living room and that sort of thing. But yeah, definitely owe it all to the professors.
Now, with all your sculpting experience, you had never constructed anything with wood until this fall. What inspired you to try woodworking? And we're seeing some of your beautiful work. And what did that process look like? Did you basically teach yourself how to build with wood?
Yeah, definitely. So I created a table over quarantine, which was largely inspired by my aunt. She was in town visiting, just quarantining with us. And she really inspired me to take the hands-on experience a little further and start working with wood, which I had never really done before. And then through sort of working off of her expertise, I was able to sort of adapt it a little bit and create my own pieces. And then here I'm taking wood sculpture here on campus, and where I'm definitely learning more of the technical side, and I'm seeing sort of all the things that I was doing wrong, which is also, good to learn. That's what the classes are all about.
Have you done any more projects with wood since then? And how do you see yourself using these skills in the future? And is there any other kind of new sculpting or woodworking challenge you'd like to take on?
Yeah, so we saw the photos of the toolbox. We're working with now making wood in a bit of a more malleable context, which is interesting since wood is so rigid. And so I've really been enjoying that project of just sort of capturing the movement that wood is able to have, despite being such a firm, stiff material to work with. Going forward, I'm definitely enjoying the pieces that I've made, and I'm excited to keep exploring, yeah, all of the things that wood can do.
Well, Gabby, I've got to say, first of all, the pieces that you've done are just beautiful, and I adore your background. That tapestry is just stunning behind you. So thank you for joining us, and good luck in the future. Now let's go to Ellen Roof, who is standing by with a giving update at the Duncan Center. Ellen?
Thanks, Ann. Let's check in on our giving progress today. So an incredible 714 causes have received gifts this Notre Dame Day. Just awesome. Thank you to each and every one of you who has chosen to go back and find a cause that speaks to your heart on campus and give them a little bit of funding to help make their semester and the following semester better. We can see almost 20,000 gifts have come in. Just awesome to see this progress. Let's look at the leaderboards. Oh, okay. Technical difficulties. All right. We heard from Cindy Parsegian herself earlier this hour. Just incredible work done by the Aero Parsegian Medical Research Fund. They are close to doubling their original goal of $150,000. Just awesome. Keep the support coming for that very important area of research. We heard Shannon Cullinan talk about the importance of financial aid, Student Emergency Relief Fund. So great to see those causes so high up on the leaderboard. As we continue to look down, we see that Stanford Hall has made a bit of a comeback. So they are in the running for the top 5 causes. Great stuff there. You can see, I wanted to give a shout out to 2 regional clubs, the ND Club of Central New York, and just a little bit behind them, the ND Club of Lake County. The Alumni Association does a wonderful job working with our regional clubs to make sure that everybody has a little bit of the Notre Dame spirit in their local community. So be sure to show up and support your local club and their club scholarship that sends students from your area to campus. Just so much great activity happening. Let's zoom in to see what student groups are coming up top right now. So we have NDC, a strong contender. Again, their mission is to build bridges in rural communities in South and Central America. Awesome cause to give back to. Strong showing from the College Republicans Folk Choir. We saw a great recorded performance from them earlier this hour, so be sure to check out some of the clips if you missed some of the broadcasts yesterday and see what causes you want to support this Notre Dame Day. And as a reminder, through midnight, as you make your gifts, you'll be able to receive this exclusive Notre Dame face mask as a thank you. So many ways that you can give back to your favorite areas of campus. We so appreciate all you're doing for the students on this Notre Dame Day. So stick with us. We have a lot more to come later on in the evening. And for now, I will throw it back to Ann in the studio. Ann?
Ellen, thank you. You're doing a great job out there. In just a few minutes, at the start of the next hour, a mass in memory of Valeria Espinal and Olivia Laura Rojas will begin in Notre Dame Stadium. During this time, we are going to pause here at Notre Dame Day from our broadcast and from our fundraising so you can watch it live. And we will put up a slide that will tell you where you can stream this mass. And in fact, if you see it there, it's bit.ly/NDMass. bit.ly/NDMass. And again, it's in remembrance of Valeria Espinal, who was a freshman, and Olivia Laura Rojas. She was a freshman as well. They hailed from Ecuador and Bolivia, and they died early Saturday morning when they were run over off campus. But again, this mass will go on from 8 to 9. We are going to pause our activities here at Notre Dame Day so that we can all remember these 2 young women who were taken far too soon and do our best to support their friends here at Notre Dame and their families. And once again, just remember the site is bit.ly/NDMass. And we will see you at 9 o'clock Eastern. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Notre Dame Day. I'm Vic Lombardi, a 91 graduate of the university and a sports reporter and host for Altitude TV in Denver.
And I'm Justine Ward, a proud member of Notre Dame's class of 2012. I worked most recently as an anchor, host, and reporter for Sportsnet New York, and am so fortunate to have returned to my alma mater, now in pursuit of an MBA. And let me tell you, Vic, it's really special to be a full-time student again.
I envy you for that, and I have no doubt about it, Justine. That student perspective is going to play a major role in this fall edition of Notre Dame Day. In addition to speaking with Notre Dame legends and alumni throughout the show, we'll be focusing on the students of Our Ladies University. They've overcome so much to be back here this semester, and we'll be bringing you some incredible stories of all the things they've been up to on campus and in communities all over the country.
It's truly inspiring how students have not only adapted, but thrived in such an uncertain time. We've already heard some great stories this Notre Dame Day, and we've got a lot more coming up this hour. We'll hear from a student working to construct prosthetic limbs, drum majors in the band of the Fighting Irish, and a Navy SEAL turned Notre Dame student.
And that's not all. For the first of the night, we'll be taking you to some familiar and new spots on campus to bring you some of that Notre Dame magic you've been missing this fall. We'll also hear live performances from some of the talented musical groups on campus, and trust me, you don't want to miss a minute of that.
No, you'll notice that here in the studio, we are socially distanced. In this COVID reality, all of our interviews will be conducted virtually, and our performances will take place outdoors to keep everyone safe while staying connected.
And while you're watching the show, you can also make a gift at notredame.nd.edu to any of the 947 student groups, residence halls, campus units, and other university causes that you care about at Notre Dame. Many of them have been or will be featured during this broadcast, and all of these groups will be competing to lead and giving in specific challenges every hour for special prizes. These groups use the gifts they receive on Notre Dame Day to continue to expand their work, so every gift matters.
Speaking of giving, let's start off this hour by heading over to Brian Diss in the Duncan Student Center for a quick giving update. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Justine. Thanks so much. We are back over here in the Duncan Student Center. Really excited to share with you some upcoming hourly challenges. So over the next hour, we have 2 different competitions going on. For each of these categories, whichever group wins or gets the most gifts in the next hour before 10 o'clock will win an extra $500 from our challenge fund. The first category is our club sports, where the men's rowing team has overcome early favorite Palm Squad to take over the top spot on the leaderboard. The Palm Squad is right behind them, and the Ultimate Frisbee Club not far behind in 3rd place. Again, whichever one of these club sports gets the most gifts between 9 and 10 p.m. tonight, an extra $500 from the challenge fund. The other category that will be featuring this hour is our student group category. NDC, a great organization of Notre Dame students who go and build bridges in third world countries to help improve access to water and other resources for communities in third world countries. Great organization and can really use their support. College Republicans, Folk Choir, perennial favorite Glee Club, and then the Students for Child-Oriented Policy round out the top 5 in this order. Again, $500 available to this group or to any of these groups, whoever gets the most gifts between 9 and 10 p.m. tonight. All right, that is up from the social media lounge right now. We'll be keeping on these leaderboards, and we'll send it back to Justine.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, so we are joined now by Morrissey resident Jason Wan. Jason started a clothing brand called A Better Tomorrow using high quality and sustainable materials. His aim is to change the fashion industry from a look good to a feel good industry. Now that's a good tagline. Jason, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you for having me.
All right, Jason, so tell us about A Better Tomorrow and where this idea came from.
Yeah, so A Better Tomorrow is an apparel company that connects consumers to impactful local charities. We tie each release to a unique local charity and donate 51% of all profits directly to the organization. And I always had this dream to start this brand, but back in March when we were sent back home, I took quarantine as an opportunity for me to actually work on this idea. In the first couple of months, some problems arose due to COVID, but once I arrived here on campus in August, I was able to form a team, and with the help of the Idea Center here at Notre Dame, we were able to make incredible progress and generate sales and make significant donations to the charities that we work with.
That is fabulous. Talk about making lemonade out of lemons. And I'm guessing the jacket you're wearing is from your brand?
Yes, it is.
Wow, check it out, folks. That is awesome. So, the fashion and apparel industry is rapidly changing, and especially with coronavirus and looking at retail, how do you plan to approach the changing trends that come with that business?
Yeah, so our releases occur seasonally and in limited quantities to keep the brand new and exciting. And after researching the fashion industry, we realized that the biggest upcoming trend is social consciousness. Especially with my generation, we are seeing an increase in demand for conscious products. And this trend actually expands beyond fashion as well. So sustainable and conscious eating is a movement that is currently on the rise. This just proves that people want to purchase products based on their value systems. And we as a brand are perfectly positioned to capitalize on this emerging trend.
And you guys are backing it up. This past summer, you donated 100% of your profits to the Everybody Eats charity in Philadelphia. Why this particular charity, and how did your donation impact them?
Yeah, so Everybody Eats is an amazing organization. They provide essentials to communities that were hit particularly hard by the coronavirus and looting that happened over the summer. And like most small local charities, they were seeking to gain awareness and funding so that they could continue their operations. And I grew up in Philadelphia, and when I heard about this and what they were doing, I wanted to help out. So for our first release, we were able to raise $500 for the organization, which translated to 200 meals for the community.
Wow, what an impact. You talked about sustainability and corporate social responsibility. How does your sustainability factor actually into the production process?
Sustainability is very important to us, and we choose our wholesalers based on how ethically and environmentally sustainable they are. We hold ourselves accountable by ensuring that every wholesaler that we use is either WRAP certified or manufactured here in the US. As a brand, we definitely want to reduce the amount of unnecessary waste that many clothing brands produce. We also use local embroidery and screen printing businesses to support the local community. And also, as we continue to grow, we hope to own more of the supply chain so that we can produce our own organic fair trade cotton products.
Wow, Jason, this is just so impressive. How do you see this brand growing in the future?
So we hope to become a nationally recognized brand by gaining support from a variety of influencers and promoting effective ways for consumers to make changes in their communities across the US. This past week, actually, we were able to work with former ND quarterback Brandon Wimbush, which was an amazing experience for me since I grew up a Notre Dame fan and I watched him play football every Saturday. He loved our mission and was really supportive. And by gaining support from influencers like Brandon, hopefully we can expand our reach all around the United States. It's really important to us that as we continue to grow, we work with community-based charities. Our next release will be on December 1st, and we'll post more information about the charity and the release on our Instagram starting November 1st. Any interested viewers are able to stay updated through our Instagram at abtomorrow or our website at abettertmrw.com.
Hey, you are thinking ahead, because I was just going to ask you where we should go to check you out. Jason, thank you so much. We really appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, now we're going to send it over to Vic.
All right, listen to this, Justine. For the first time in its 175-year history, the Band of the Fighting Irish is being led by 3 female drum majors. We're joined by 2 of them now, Lily Halleck and Elizabeth Travnik, who, in addition to being drum majors together, they also live in the same dorm, Johnson Family Hall. Lily, Elizabeth, welcome to the show. First of all, your boy is new to these new campus parts here. Where is Johnson Family Hall located?
So Johnson Family Hall is the newest women's dorm on campus, and we're on the northeast part of campus, right up by the Ricky family fields.
Beautiful. All right, so what instruments do you both play?
I'll start. I play the trumpet.
And I play the falto, which most people know is a mellophone and is a marching French horn.
Beautiful. Lily, what exactly does it take then to become a drum major? Why is this so historic in Notre Dame?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the drum major audition process is fairly lengthy. We begin it in the fall semester, and this audition process is separated into 2 large rounds. So the first round consists of marching part of the drum major pregame routine, which is where we include the big backwards trot, which I'm sure you've seen. We also have them conduct 2 songs and they write a series of essays. After that, we perform a large cut and we have a small group of finalists which have the opportunity to conduct the band live, and they also have interviews with our band directors and staff. Following this, we make a final decision in a band-wide email, and this is really a special day not only for those student leaders but also for the band, just because it serves as the very beginning of what will be the new band. So this year, for the next year's drum majors, they will be beginning Band 176.
That is a lot more work than I anticipated. All right, Lily, how is Elizabeth? I should ask, how is the band now adapted, and what are the responsibilities behind the scenes going on?
Yeah, so a lot of our behind the scenes stuff happens in the spring semester, really, for planning. So the drum major season, I guess, starts in the spring. And so you really facilitate that application process for the leaders of the next band. So this upcoming section of drum majors will be facilitating for Band 176, as Lily said. And so after we help that process go through, we then start planning for co-orientation, which is kind of a leadership camp where we teach these leaders how to teach the incoming members, and then we go into band camp from there. And at band camp, that's where we teach the new auditioning members the audition routine, have those auditions, and so they can make the band. With that, then also, as Lily mentioned, we're in charge of the drum major audition process, organizing and facilitating that. But then on a more day-to-day basis, the behind-the-scenes stuff is really facilitating with the band directors and staff, with those student leaders and different band members, to make sure everything's running smoothly and that communication is happening between both parts of the groups.
All right, Lily, we've all had to make changes due to the COVID restrictions. How has that impacted a drum major?
Of course. So there's been 2 large changes that we've had to make throughout the season. The first one, I'm sure you've noticed, we haven't been on the field during the football games this season. So for that, we've largely had to adapt not only our practices, but our performances. So instead of spending the week performing and practicing for that field show at the end of the week at the game, we've been mainly focusing on our music rehearsals. And also with that, we've been doing a couple of very small scale march outs and some musical performances. The second main change that we've had to make is that we can't practice as one large band as a result of the university's COVID policies. So with this, we've had to split our band into 2 main groups. So we have a blue band and a gold band, and they perform every other day. And actually, we don't have our full band together until we perform in the stadium. So that's definitely been an adjustment. So all around, the band is definitely looking a lot different than it usually does. But everyone's done such a great job really adjusting to all those different changes, and we're really proud of everyone who's been involved in the process.
All right, last question for you, Elizabeth. You're all in the same dorm. Are you in the same dorm room or just the same dorm?
No, we're both in singles, so we actually live across the hall. So I can hear Lily a little bit over there. But yeah, so not in the same hall, but we're in a little hallway too that we call the band hallway. There's 6 singles here, 6 band girls, and then there's some band girls throughout the dorm as well. And it's really been helpful for us, I think, especially with these new COVID-19 restrictions, to be living in the same dorm, since we can't visit each other. You're not supposed to be in too many public places too close together. So it's really helpful. We sit in our doorways and put Joanne, the 3rd drum major, up on Zoom in the hallway between us. And it kind of feels like we're together having those meetings, discussing things, and really getting that work done.
All right, Elizabeth, Lily, congratulations as drum majors and continued success. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
All right. We are joined now by the newest Chicago Bear. He is a 2013 Notre Dame grad. He's a linebacker. Manti Te'o. Welcome to Notre Dame Day, Manti. We understand congratulations are in order. When did you get the news that you were a Chicago Bear?
So last week, Monday or Tuesday, I believe, it was quite the experience with the whole COVID regulations in the NFL. I had to come up here 6 days prior to my workout. And, we just took COVID tests and came back to the hotel for those 6 days, and was able to go out there on the 7th day and work out and put on a real good showing. And, they seemed to like it. And after that, they told me, welcome to the Chicago Bears. So I was really happy.
All right, forget the football, because knowing you, the football will take care of itself. You recently got married. Congratulations.
Yeah.
What's married life been like so far?
It's been a lot of responsibility. It's been a lot of putting somebody else first before myself. So it's definitely been a good experience. I've got a lot of people that have given me a lot of tips, and I guess a happy wife, happy life. I think is the best tip ever, and I've learned that in the first couple months of being married. So it's been great.
And the way the NFL works is have helmet, will travel. You had to leave town. You go to Chicago. You're in quarantine. I mean, when's the next time you're going to be able to see your wife again?
She'll be up here in 2 months. So, with everything kind of moving kind of fast, the Chicago Bears have actually been really, really helpful in getting me situated here outside of football. They have a good program set for it to get us transportation, to get us help and assistance in finding a living situation here in Chicago. And, Chicago's a big ND community. So I've tapped into that network, and, I've gotten a lot of help out here. And so that's why it's good to be in Notre Dame's backyard here in Chicago.
I can't believe it's almost been a decade since you left Notre Dame, almost a decade in the NFL. Can you give some reflections on your time in the league so far? Because it's never easy at that next level, is it?
Yeah, I think for me, I honestly believe that my journey is set for me. And I've learned so much in my career so far. This is my 8th year in the NFL. My knees definitely feel it. My back feels it. My ankles, my joints, they all feel it. But, inside and internally, I'm just so much more stronger and wiser. And I have a lot of knowledge that I like to share with younger guys in the NFL to help them out with football stuff, but also outside of football. And it's just been a great experience. It's been a great learning experience for me to grow, to mature, and to be the man that I am today. It's definitely been humbling, and I've definitely learned a lot along the way for sure.
All right, Manti, let's turn back the clock a bit to your time at Notre Dame. What made this place so special to you, and how has the university impacted your life?
I've always said that the people at the University of Notre Dame, it's just a special place because of the people. I have so much love for my Notre Dame family, both those who I was in direct contact with during my time there, and all the fans that that I've met since my time at Notre Dame. And it's just a special place, a place that I will always love, and a place where I feel the most at home when I'm on campus. I can't everybody enough for everything they've done for me while I was there, but most especially since I've left. They've really come to my aid for sure.
And the university is always going to be thankful because you were a big contributor to the development of a pipeline between Hawaii and the University of Notre Dame. Why is that relationship so special to you?
I think we were able, and it's not just myself, Robbie Toma, Kono Schwenke, we are all kind of the first. We weren't the first. There were some that came before us years ago, but we kind of opened up that pipeline to Notre Dame, and not only for Notre Dame to see that there's talent on the islands, but for the kids on the islands to see that it's actually possible and that it's okay to leave that island and go further than the West Coast, and that there's a special place in South Bend, Indiana, that it gets very cold in the winter, but it'll take care of you, and it will love you and help you grow and nourish you to be to turn from a young man into a man. And after those 4 years, man, I have no regrets. I have nothing but gratitude for everything that my Notre Dame family has done for me.
All right, let's close by talking about this year's edition of the Fightin' Irish. This defense is playing insane football right now. What are your thoughts on the defense and the team?
The defense definitely has been putting up some some great numbers. It reminds me a lot of our defense in 2012. And, you know, we all know the saying, you know, defense wins championships, but, you know, they're so young, which is scary. It's a young defense. It has a lot of young talent on it. They play fast. And, you know, there's a level of camaraderie on that defense that is special, you know, and I can't wait to see them all grow throughout the season, and for those who are younger to continue to pass on that legacy of a stout defense at Notre Dame. You know, Notre Dame, I think traditionally has been known for offense, and you know, to see that defense step up has been, you know, really nice. And so, you know, I'm excited for this season. I'm excited to see how we do. We have some big games coming up, and so I know the boys will you know, continue to stack them up. So it's exciting.
Manti, I just want to say you've always been a proud supporter of the university, and I'm sure a lot of people here, I know I am, very proud of you. Thank you much for joining us. Best of luck with the Bears.
Thank you, guys. Go Irish.
All right, take care. Justine now, back to her.
All right, thank you, Vic. Now, it's very difficult to make the Olympics, but it takes an elite athlete to qualify for an Olympic event when trying it for the very first time. That's what Molly Seidel just did in her first ever marathon. Seidel placed second at the 2020 U.S. Marathon Olympic Trials, securing a spot on the U.S. team in the 2021 Tokyo Olympics. Wow. Molly, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So I have to ask you, after excelling in the 10K at Notre Dame, what inspired you, or who inspired you to tackle a marathon for the first time at the U.S. Olympic Trials?
Really, it kind of just came about. My coach and I were talking. We knew that this was kind of a once every 4-year opportunity, and went into it not really knowing what to expect, but it seemed like a really interesting challenge to do leading into the Olympic trials on the track, and we went for it.
So what was your confidence level at going into that?
I was definitely really nervous, very nervous about never having done the distance, and the fact that it was such a stacked field. It was just about every great American distance runner was in that race. And so, yeah, I think I was going into it not really knowing what to expect, but trying to keep a positive outlook the entire race.
We know a lot of preparation goes through this. Can you take us through what a typical week of training looks like for a marathoner, and how different was the training from your previous distance training for a 10K?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest thing that changed is just the volume, going from running about 100 miles a week to like 120, 125. Just some long workouts, little bit more steady effort. So yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a transition, but I think my body adapted really well. I responded to it well. I was feeling confident going into the trials, and I didn't necessarily expect to make the team going in, but I knew that I was ready to have a pretty good race.
Well, you also just placed 6th at the 2020 London Marathon, your second marathon ever in early October. So I think you're a natural at this, beating your Olympic trial time by 2 minutes. What have you been able to learn about the race, having done it twice now?
Yeah, I think just being able to go through another marathon build and kind of get down the specifics. There's so many interesting little parts about doing a marathon, whether it's the fueling, learning to take in nutrition while you're running, just learning how to race 26 miles. It's very different from any other race I've done. The longest I'd raced prior to that was a half marathon. And so it's like, there's just a lot of things that can happen in the late stages of a race. So I was really grateful to get the chance to race in London and just get that extra opportunity before heading to Tokyo next summer.
And then about 2 months before competing in the Olympic trials, you spoke about your previous health struggles as a competitive athlete. What empowered you to open up in this way, and how did you overcome them to get your running career back on track?
Yeah, I think it had been about 3 years since I had been through treatment. I really struggled in the late stages of my collegiate career. And I think just a combination of being a little bit older, finally having gotten to a place in my own life where I felt comfortable and confident to be able to talk about it publicly. And then just having the support of friends and family around me, my old teammates from ND. And yeah, just I felt like I was finally in the place where I was able to, yeah, talk about my experience, and hopefully some people out there will be able to learn from it and use that, and maybe who are struggling be able to, maybe it'll help them as well.
Yeah, thank you for your bravery. I want to speak about your time here at Notre Dame. How did it help shape you, not only as an athlete, but a person?
Yeah, I just feel like so much of who I am today is because of my time at Notre Dame. I grew up in a Notre Dame family, going to Notre Dame football games, but I think until you're a student there and really just like embracing everything that it's about and embracing the Notre Dame family, it's yeah, you don't really get it until you're there on campus. And I don't know, I just look at like things that I've been able to take into my pro running career now, like dedication and my faith, and just so many aspects of things that I learned about working hard and being dedicated through my time at ND, both as a student and an athlete. And I'm just so grateful for the time that I had there.
Molly, thank you so much. We really appreciate the time today, and I know I speak for the entire Notre Dame family when I say we will be rooting for you during next summer's Olympic Games.
Thanks so much. I'm proud to represent the Irish in my Team USA kit on the line in Tokyo.
Best of luck. Thanks so much.
Good luck to Molly. All right, time to welcome in a Notre Dame undergraduate by the name of Brian Duffy, who has a very unique distinction. He is also an active Navy SEAL. Brian, welcome to the show. And my first question, what does active Navy SEAL mean? Does that mean you can go on a whim here? They could ship you out in moment's notice?
Nick, well, first, thank you for having me. No, they told me that even if World War III were to break out, I'd still finish school. So I'm here till I graduate.
Well, good for you. As the son of a military officer, did you always know you wanted to pursue a military career?
Coming from a military family, I always had the urge to serve. And after 9/11, it was more of when I was going to serve. And like you, my father died when I was young, and just growing up and hearing his stories and his admiration that he had for SEALs, it pointed me in the right direction. And then I watched the movie Tears of the Sun, and a light bulb came on and said, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, well, that obviously inspired you to become a SEAL, but you hear stories about how intense that training is and how so many people drop out. Can you give us a little insight why so many drop out?
Maybe they join or try to do it for the wrong reasons. Really, it comes down to what's between your ears. It's all mental toughness. And I would say the fear of the unknown could possibly get a few people. And you definitely need a sense of humor to see the little funny things that go on in a crappy situation.
Well put. All right, so tell us your Notre Dame story. How are you inspired by Notre Dame, and how'd you end up here?
Well, my dad went here in the 70s, so I grew up a Notre Dame fan. I was selected to this highly competitive Navy program called the Seaman Admiral program, where it takes enlisted members and it makes them officers on completion of their degree. And I applied to a few schools in California. Then I talked to a good friend of mine and my mentor, and he was like, Duff, why don't you go big? Why don't you go Ivy League, Notre Dame? And so I started emailing admissions, and then I realized that face-to-face correspondence, I think, is better than email correspondence. So I flew up here. I talked to admissions. We had a great meeting. They put me in contact with the Office of Military and Veterans Affairs that literally just opened up a month prior. And they got me in contact with some faculty. And before I left Notre Dame, I went down to the grotto, lit a candle, said a prayer, and left it in God's hands.
That's outstanding. How old are you, Brian?
I'm 35.
All right, so you're 35 years old. You're an undergrad right now, but the story gets even better. You played some junior college football Then you tried to walk on to the Notre Dame football team. I read that story. Thought you earned a spot, but turns out you didn't have eligibility left. How did that all play out? What happened to that eligibility?
So I used up some of the eligibility playing JUCO, and then it was the first fall semester I was here was my last year of eligibility, and the walk-on tryouts were in the spring. So, yeah, they came back, and a few days later after telling me I made the team that I didn't have any eligibility back, but they got me an internship with the strength staff, and it was a dream come true just to be a part of it.
That sounds. What do you do with the strength staff?
Well, I just record, and I'm a safety observer. Well, I had to step away due to life and COVID.
Okay. I'm not sure because of the COVID restrictions, but is inter-hall football being played at all? Because you could be a pretty good weapon on one of those teams.
I don't know.
So it must not be at this point. Brian, how do you balance being an active SEAL with being a full-time undergrad student and then a father to two young girls? How do you mix all that out and succeed?
Well, my full-time job is being a student, but a wise man once said, behind every great man is a better woman. And I literally couldn't do anything that I've done here at Notre Dame if it wasn't for my wife, Michelle. She's been the rock and the glue for our family since we've been here.
That's a beautiful family right there. All right, you're about to graduate. It's coming January. Going to have a degree in political science. Congratulations there. What's the next step for you in the military, and how do you plan to use this degree?
Well, the degree will it'll make me become an officer, because you need a degree to become a commissioned officer. And then I'll head to Virginia to get back at it. And I'm excited to be in a more leadership position to motivate the baddest dudes on the planet.
That's awesome.
Than that.
All right, so I need to ask, because we had Rudy on last night. I got a chance to interview Rudy. How many times have you watched the movie Rudy?
A handful.
I'm sure you have, like the rest of us. Brian, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to you, and thank you for your service, my friend.
Thank you. Go Irish.
Let's check in with Justine. Who are you interviewing next, Justine?
All right, Vic. So Notre Dame men's rowing is a high-performing program in national competition and also a Notre Dame Day fundraising. The team was one of the top fundraising groups from last year's ND Day. And men's rowing president David Serafin joins us now to talk about the impact of that fundraising and how the team has adapted in this new reality. David, good to see you. Welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks, Justine. Thanks for having me.
So tell us, how did you become involved with men's rowing and work your way up to being president?
Well, I came into Notre Dame with absolutely no rowing experience whatsoever. I'm initially from Montana, where rowing is not a sport that is generally played. So I actually ran into a varsity member of the team at the time, my freshman year, in the basement of Dillon Hall. I was doing laundry for the very first time, and I ran into him. He was pulling out uniforms and other training gear, and we got to talking. He encouraged me to go to tryouts and check out the sport. And 4 years later, I'm a part of the leadership on the team, hoping to secure the success of the team for the future.
And no doubt this has been a different year, especially for you as president. How are you guys practicing right now within the COVID restrictions?
Yeah, so rowing is actually a very unique sport that lends itself to the COVID restrictions. We typically train in 8-man boats with an additional 9th member, the coxswain. So that kind of works very well with the COVID restrictions, as we're able to kind of quarantine those boats separately. Each boat trains with only those members to keep the contact as minimal as possible. So one of the biggest things we've had to change is, especially in the fall, we practice what's called seat racing, where you race 2 boats and compete individual members in each of those boats, and then make a switch and run the same race again to see basically who's faster. Obviously, we can't do that, so each boat has to stay completely contained. But other than that, we're following all the same mask requirements, spraying down touch surfaces. So all in all, our training hasn't been affected that much by the restrictions this fall.
So you guys are basically Notre Dame Day legends at this point. How much did the men's rowing team raise during Notre Dame Day last year?
Yeah, we take Notre Dame Day very seriously on the team, especially thanks to our amazing alumni network. We were ranked 4th last year, I believe, in terms of voting, which contributed about $26,000 from the Challenge Fund. We use those funds for basically all of our team operations, from regatta entry fees to travel and lodging, equipment repairs. Obviously, there's a lot of equipment involved in the sport of rowing, between boats and oars and all the other things we use. So we use the funds to basically fully fund the team, allow us to compete at the highest level possible and against the best programs we can in the country.
All right, so you have a very captive audience who can press that give button. Are you guys raising money for anything specific this year?
Yeah, so this fall, one of our major costs are the coaching salaries. We have 3 full-time coaches with over 40 years of coaching experience, and funds go to that this fall. In addition to that, we're hoping to purchase a new coaching launch for them. We've been having some engine failure issues in the last couple of weeks, which makes it difficult for our coaches to be effective as their engine dies and the boats continue to row away as they're stuck in the water. So
we got to
we're
get that fixed.
hoping to purchase one of those in the spring.
All right, David, so you talked about the serendipitous route to getting to rowing. Now that you're here at Notre Dame, how has rowing impacted your experience as a Notre Dame student?
It's definitely been the best decision I've made since coming to Notre Dame, joining the team. I've made lifelong best friends, and the sport, the interconnectedness of the sport really lends itself to that. Over the course of, thousands of hours of training, you really form a bond with your teammates. They become, brothers. Like the entire team's a family. And even now, when we break it down at the end of practice, that's our call, family on 3. So just the collaboration with my peers over the past 4 years has been a defining part of my experience. I also really think that rowing lends itself to lifelong experiences. The work ethic that we develop as athletes in this sport really translates well to careers once we graduate.
Absolutely. David, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck with your senior year. Enjoy it. And now Vic will get a chance to talk golf with a Notre Dame women's golfer. Go for it, Vic.
Man, I really wanted to play 9 at the Burke today, just a little too chill. Joining us now is sophomore Notre Dame women's golfer Madeline Jones. Madeline, welcome. Welcome to the show. All right, so last spring, the world's hit with COVID, and your first season was interrupted. What's running through your head when you realized the season was over before you even started?
Yeah, it was definitely very tough. We were all really disappointed. We were very confident going into the spring and disappointed to miss our tournament that we were hosting that week and the opportunity to qualify for the regional tournament that was held at our home course here in South Bend. And I pretty much, after it dawned on me that I was finishing the entire semester at home, just tried to focus on how I would best help the team, which was in the academic side of things. And so I finished strong academically and then took summer school classes so I would have more time to focus on the team when I was back at campus.
That's some good shoulder turn right there, Madeline. All right, so while you were at home, you found an opportunity to make a difference in your local community. Tell us a bit about what you ended up doing.
Yes, when I was at home, I wanted to help in any way I could with the pandemic. And so one opportunity that I found was at Austin Disaster Relief Network, which is a community of about 200 churches that all partner together to form this one charity. And so I utilized my sewing skills to make and donate masks to the charity. And so I would sew for about 1 to 3 hours a night after I finished summer school and practice, and while I FaceTime some of my friends from Notre Dame or my teammates.
That is outstanding. How many masks were you able to put together?
That right there was about 140.
Wow.
And I actually had a physician from South Bend contact me for more masks, and so I'm gearing up for when I go back in over winter break to make some more for him.
All right, so Madeline, you're back on campus at some point this semester. Are you, by the way, right now, are you back in Austin or are you on campus?
I'm on campus.
Okay, so you're here. All right, so how are you and your teammates preparing for the season now that all these COVID restrictions are here?
Yeah, so our fall season was canceled, but we've been still able to practice, and our trainer, Ann, had a bunch of protocols made for us. And being an outdoor sport, it is much easier to adhere to these protocols because we're able to social distance a lot easier than other sports. And we all have the advantage of going home to warmer places or traveling over winter break in order to prepare for the spring.
Madeline, I've played more golf in the last 6 months than I have, I think, my entire life. Same goes for most golfers out there because it's one of the few things you can do outside, and you're exactly right, during COVID. All right, so in addition to being a golfer, you're also a pre-med student. How did your mask making give you some insight to the medical field?
Well, I would say that it probably won't help my medical career, but I really wanted to take the opportunity to help my future colleagues. And it was during the middle of the PPE shortage that I started to make these. And these go over your N95 masks that most physicians will wear. And so you can have a longer use out of them.
What's your best score at the Burke? 9 holes. Come on.
Well, I've actually never played the Burke.
Are you kidding me? You played
No,
Warren, but not the Burke?
Just the Warren, yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
But my best 9 holes is 29, so that was back at my home course in Austin.
29? No wonder you're a collegiate golfer. That is outstanding. Madeline, thanks much for your commitment, and thanks for making an impact. Good luck with the golf career.
Thank you so much.
Okay, back to Justine.
Thank you so much, Vic. Now, Notre Dame offers so many organizations dedicated to helping others, one of which is Enable, a student-run engineering club that designs and produces custom assistive technologies, such as prosthetic limbs for community members in need. Here to tell us about Enable is Notre Dame student and resident of Howard Hall, Tina Rivera. Tina, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So tell us about Enable and how you got involved with this group.
Yeah, so basically Enable is a club on campus that helps design and build prosthetics and assistive technology for kids and adults, mostly in the South Bend community. So we work in teams to create these devices, which we give out free to our users. We are in an organization committed to giving the world a helping hand, we like to say. We use 3D printers to provide free prosthetic hands and arms to those in need. I got involved in the club last year after Carrie Myers, who was my first year engineering teacher, kind of mentioned the club to me, and I knew it was exactly what I wanted to do. And so I joined the club and I went to the first meeting and I fell in love immediately, and I've been in it ever since. Currently. No, go ahead.
So you mentioned the local Notre Dame and South Bend communities. How have you seen an impact there from your time?
Yeah, so just this year, even with all of COVID and everything going on in the local Notre Dame community, there are 2 teams working with students here. So one is working with a senior who over quarantine lost his finger actually, and they're working to build him a new one. And currently my team is working with a senior who's in a theology class, and we are printing her a 3D topographical map where she can see different elevations and landmarks on ancient like Israel and Palestine that contribute to like her learning in class. And we include some Braille translations and geography and different textures so she can be best prepared for class and her tests at the end of the year. In the local community, we have teams working with different adults and members out there who reached out to our club, and they've been working with them.
Wow, that's amazing. So you mentioned the 3D printing. Can you walk us through the process of start to finish in designing a new product?
Yeah, so each team tackles it in a different way. my team. So we basically start with meeting with the user and identifying where their needs are, what they want to get out of the project. Usually from there, we'll name their problem spots and start brainstorming solutions with them and then back with our teams in general. While working on the designs, we remain in contact constantly with the user, showing her prototypes and making sure that they give us their feedback, kind of take us through like what they like, what they don't, so we know what is best for them. Then usually we'll work in the computer lab and go on SolidWorks and these like AutoCAD programs where we start putting it all together and then sending it to 3D print lab. And the best days are always at the end when we can give our user the final product and spend the whole day with them and their families enjoying what we just spent the semester creating.
So has this shaped what you want to do post-graduation from Notre Dame?
100%. So I've always been in love with prosthetics, and my dream has always been to give like little children prosthetics so that they can perform everyday activities and not feel disadvantaged by their peers. So after Notre Dame, I'd love to work with a company where I can achieve these dreams and maybe one day watch a little girl make a buzzer beater game-winning shot for her team that she wouldn't be able to do without the prosthetic. So Notre Dame has definitely given me so many opportunities, and this club is amazing and it keeps changing the lives of people around me.
That's amazing. That's an amazing vision right there. Thank you so much, Tina, for all that you do. We appreciate you joining us on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you for having me.
Take care. We now have a special performance from the Notre Dame Orchestra, so sit back and relax. Wow, that was beautiful. You know, I'm of the mindset that we shouldn't really switch over to Christmas music until after Thanksgiving, but we'll make an exception. All right, tuning back into the leaderboards, we are closing out the hourly challenge for club sports and student groups. We just heard from Enable, an incredible student group here on campus. They have a goal of fundraising to purchase their own 3D printer, which will really help them further the impact for the local community and help them create more custom prosthetic arms and hands for local students and kids in need. So please get your gifts in for them and help them win this hourly challenge. Coming up next for the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock hour, the hourly challenge category is dorms. If you're an alum out there, you know how special the dorm community is on campus. I want to give a big shout out to my friends at Stanford. They are currently crushing it with over 430 gifts, raising a cumulative of $21,500 for Stanford. Now, rumor has it, the vice president and president of Stanford have said they're going to get tattooed kind of the phrase of Stanford if they win this overall challenge and raise the most money on Notre Dame Day. So that phrase is Big Stanford Love. It's how they approach everything in their hall, making sure that everyone feels a key part of that community. So if you're a fan of Big Stanford Love and want to give back to Stanford, highly encourage you to help them win this 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock hourly challenge. There are other competitors. St. Edward's Hall, we know that they always are a strong competitor in Notre Dame Day. And then Dillon Hall, they have fewer overall gifts right now, but they are really competitive with over $21,000 raised for their dorm as well. Lots of exciting ways you can give back. I also wanted to give a shout out to Farley Hall. They are the top women's dorm right now. So shout out to Farley. Be sure to look at what these dorms are doing to build and create community in unique and creative ways with all of the social distancing requirements on campus during this COVID pandemic. So many ways that you can give back and help these dorms really build up their community and make sure every student feels supported and cared for in their dorm. So much left to come on this Notre Dame Day. Closing out the hour again for student groups and club sports. Get those gifts in, and then approaching the hourly challenge for residence halls. Thank you so much, and we'll be back with more later.
For most people, the human heart beats about once every second.
Keeping time and keeping us alive.
I never thought about this until I discovered my heart was failing and I needed a new one to keep living. Now all I think about is time.
Will I get a new heart?
Will I get it in time?
And how much more time will it give me?
Clear for takeoff. Stay with me for now.
In the United States, donor hearts are considered usable only if the transit time is less than 4 hours. And every year, thousands of hearts are discarded before transplant because the transit time between the donor and the recipient is too great.
At the University of Notre Dame, engineering professor Pinar Zorlatuna is working to extend the time donated hearts can remain usable through cutting-edge cellular research.
The special thing about Professor Zorlatuna's work is that she builds the closest thing possible to a human heart in the laboratory. This allows us to test the function of our preservation solutions and optimize the time of transportation.
In collaboration with Dr. Keith March, Professor Zorlatuna has helped to identify a solution that will improve the condition of a donor heart and extend its preservation time from 4 to 8 hours.
Each donor heart represents a special gift, and our efforts at Notre Dame are designed to ensure that more of these gifts reach those who need them most.
I'm Eric Lewis. I'm 24 years old, and I've been waiting for my heart for 5.5 years.
I'm still waiting for a heart transplant.
I'm still waiting for my heart transplant.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for the human heart.
We are the Fighting Irish.
What is Islam? In 1975, as an 18-year-old, I traveled to India to answer that exact question. For years, I studied at the madrasa, learning Islam at the feet of truly orthodox educators. In a vacuum, it made sense, but the world around me was changing. I began to ask, what is the relevance of Islam to my life as a Muslim living in the modern world? Even today, most traditional forms of Islamic education do not address subjects such as science and evolution. But now, some in the madrasa leadership think it is time to change.
Through online education and seminars involving Notre Dame undergraduates, Professor Ibrahim Musa is training future Muslim educators to incorporate modern thought into classic curricula at madrasas, schools for Islamic education.
Graduates of madrasas shape the religious thinkings and practices of mainstream Muslims. They will play a transformative role as communicators who will advance peace and justice in their communities.
प्रोफेसर मूसा साहब का ये प्रोग्राम हमें एक प्लेटफॉर्म फराहम करता है ताकि इस्लाम का नई दुनिया पे एक मुस्बत असर ज़ाहिर हो सके.
From being a part of the Madrasa Discourses program, I've learned the incredible power of religion as a binding force for people who may seem very different on the surface, but at the core are all connected in their strong devotion to faith.
Notre Dame does not shy away from asking difficult religious questions, and therefore is the perfect place for me to undertake this important work.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for religious understanding.
We are the Fighting Irish.
When I was just 3 years old, my sister and I were adopted from an orphanage in Ukraine.
There they are.
I love my family, and I could never have asked for a better one. But I've never been able to shake that feeling that I've been missing a part of myself.
In post-Soviet Ukraine, government corruption ran rampant. Religious and academic institutions faced enormous challenges, and democracy itself was not guaranteed.
I left a people on the verge of a revolution and had a completely different life than I would have otherwise.
Since 2003, Notre Dame's Nanovic Institute for European Studies has made a commitment to Catholic education in Eastern Europe, including the Ukrainian Catholic University.
During my sophomore year, Notre Dame gave me the opportunity to come to the Ukrainian Catholic University and share our educational values.
Over the last 15 years, Notre Dame's Catholic University partnership has helped to connect a half dozen East European Catholic universities.
Only 5 years ago, the revolution of dignity was met with deadly violence. I'm reminded every day why we need to stand up against corruption while working to prepare the next generation of leaders.
Right now, we live in a time of uncertainty, especially here in the shadow of the former Soviet Union.
We understand that the Iron Curtain could come down again, so we're working hard to build bridges among these universities that will help them speak truth to power.
Being here taught me how I can make a difference, allowing me to give back to the country of my birth.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for freedom of thought.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Good evening and welcome to the 9th hour of Notre Dame Day. I'm Vic Lombardi, a 91 grad and anchor reporter for Altitude TV in Denver. Started my career in South Bend, right here. While I love covering Denver sports, there's really nothing like coming back home to Notre Dame.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Vic. I'm Justine Ward, a member of Notre Dame's class of 2012, and most recently an anchor and reporter for Sportsnet New York. I'm also excited to be back hosting Notre Dame Day this year, a special year for me since I've returned as a student in Notre Dame's MBA program.
Well, Justine, it's certainly been longer for me since my student days, but I got to imagine you've got to be loving it.
Absolutely, every minute, no doubt. Even in such uncertain and challenging times, I'm so proud to be a student once again. I know several of my colleagues from the Mendoza College of Business are tuning in.
All right, for this special fall edition of Notre Dame Day, we'll be telling the stories of students who have stayed committed to making a difference and bettering their communities, both on and off campus, even in the midst of COVID restrictions. And we'll get live performances from talented musical groups across campus.
We're social distancing here in the studio, and we'll be conducting all our interviews remotely and holding performances outside to remain safe this fall.
And since we know most of you haven't been able to visit the campus this season, we're also bringing campus to you with trips to some of your favorite spots.
That's right. Coming up this hour, we'll hear the stories of Notre Dame students who spent their quarantines doing amazing things, meet undergraduates passionate about serving their Notre Dame communities, and speak with a former Notre Dame football player and first-round NFL draft pick.
And don't forget that in addition to watching the broadcast on NotreDameDay.nd.edu, you can also give to groups of 947 different organizations, clubs, campus units that you care about at Notre Dame. Give a gift this Notre Dame Day. You'll also receive an exclusive face mask to show off to your friends. Irish Pride face mask after ND Day has ended. So give a gift, get a mask. There are only 2 hours remaining, so make sure you give and show support.
Speaking of giving, let's head over to the Duncan Student Center now with Brian Diss for a quick update on giving so far in our show. Brian, tell us who's leading the pack.
All right, thank you so much, Justine. You guys are right, just 2 hours left, and once those masks are gone, poof, at midnight they go away. It's like Cinderella, you'll never be able to get them again, so make sure you make your gift now. And this is a really key hour for those of you who follow your Notre Dame Residence Hall. This next hour is a challenge. Whichever Residence Hall can get the most gifts before 11 p.m. will get an extra $500 prize. I have behind me the leaderboard for the residence halls, and Stanford Hall has kind of gone wire to wire as the #1 hall this Notre Dame Day. 450 gifts so far, but St. Edward's Hall, always a top contender in Notre Dame Day, is not too far behind them. Alumni Hall behind that, and then our women's hall is Farley and Lewis rounding out the top 5. So call your former roommates, call your friends from your favorite dorm, and ask them to make a gift right now in support of that dorm. Their signature events, their service projects, the residence hall communities have been so critical to getting through this semester, and the students will really appreciate your support. But for now, we will send it back to you in the studio, Vic.
Thank you, Brian. Along with its competitive athletics and impressive academics, Notre Dame can also be known for its freezing cold winters. During the polar vortex of 2019, the men of Dillon Hall created a golf tournament that would allow sport and community to continue indoors. They called it the Dillon Open, and this year it's just as relevant as ever. Dillon's John Sayet is here to tell us more about it. First of all, John, help me out on the last name. Sayet?
Say it. You say it like say it. Yep.
Say it just like that. All right, John, where did the idea for this Dillon Open come from?
Yeah, so like you said, in the winter of 2019, during the polar vortex, it was so cold that Notre Dame was forced to cancel school, which is very, very rare. So students would have to be occupied all day. Some of the Dillon RAs decided to build an indoor mini golf course with 1 hole for every section. In the first year, it was just for Dillon residents and friends. We were able to convert it to a charity event last year, benefiting St. Mary's for the Kids organization, and are optimistic to keep that trend going.
All right, so I hear you're using some interesting items as makeshift clubs and equipment. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for the Dillon Open, the hall purchases the golf balls, but the golf clubs are crowdsourced. In other words, we have a lot of fun using items like umbrellas, coat hangers, hammers, pillows, large Tupperware, anything you can find to use as a makeshift club, and the creativity in that is very, very encouraged.
All right, so how did the rest of your dorm mates react to this event?
Yeah, so everyone back then was super excited to engage in this event, and it has always made for a really, really fun day. It's always a great way to brighten our cold winter spirits in January and February.
Good for you. It seems like a perfect fit for this year especially. How does the dorm plan to continue, maybe expand the Dillon Open? I mean, the Masters is right around the corner. You got plenty of opportunity here.
Yeah, so this welcome week, we actually had extra time to share dorm traditions and character with our freshmen. So we decided to host a mini Dillon Open with just the group of them. That was super successful, and we can't be more excited about this year where we can hopefully bring in students, maybe students from other dorms. We're optimistically planning to do so, but we may have to, do some outside give and take and make the best of it regardless.
John, do you think the Dillon Open will become a staple tradition at Dillon Hall?
Vic, I think it already has. Yeah, we are super proud of Dillon Open and look forward to continuing.
Is that your towel right behind you?
Those are some shorts and
on the other
some
side,
dress shirts.
left shoulder.
Oh, other side. That's my roommate's towel.
All right, you
yeah,
tell
there's
your
not a ton of
roommate
space.
next time you're doing Zoom on Notre Dame Day, get rid of the towel.
I will.
John,
yeah,
thank
I'll
you.
Throw it out next time. I'll just dump it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, bud. I hope you
Absolutely.
continue having fun with the Dillon Open. Let's go back to Justine.
Isn't it a blast from a past, Vic, seeing these dorm rooms?
Of course. All
really
the woodworking. I'm impressed with the woodworking.
All right. Well, Breen Phillips Hall hosts an annual Hoops for Hope event, a basketball tournament and fundraiser. But this year, with COVID accommodations in mind, the ladies of BP launched their event with hoops of a different kind. BP President Anika Knuth is here to tell us more. Anika, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So tell us about the Hoops for Hope and what is the inspiration behind this event?
Yeah, so Hoops for Hope is a signature event in Breen Phillips Hall to honor our late rector, Sister Mary. Sister Mary and her good friend, who was the rector of P-Dub, were avid women's basketball fans. They had season tickets and would sit next to each other at every home game. When she unexpectedly passed in February of 2018, the residents of BP decided the best way to celebrate her life was to hold a basketball tournament in her memory. So we've continued to do that, and all of the funds raised through this annual tournament go directly to support Sister Mary's Convent, the Sisters of the Incarnate Word.
All right, so how many people typically participate in Hoops for Hope?
This year we were about to have, we had about 70 students come to hula hoop with us. However, the basketball tournament that we normally host normally has about 120 participants, plus a lot of spectators to come watch and cheer on their friends. The event is open to all Notre Dame students as well, not just in the BP community.
So was doing the hula hooping the solution to hold the event this year?
Yes, so because of COVID, we had to get very creative. We searched for alternate ways to keep the event alive while meeting the COVID physical distancing and sanitation specifications. And our hall president, Caroline Cameron, was able to come up with the idea for Hula Hoops for Hope. So even though it wasn't the basketball games that Sister Mary was so passionate about, I think she would have loved to see the babes on North Quad hula hooping. The BP spirit was definitely the same as it would be on the basketball court.
And how did the students like the hula hoop challenge? Because it's kind of one of those things, you're either really good at it or really bad.
Yeah, so the event was very successful. We raised over $1,000 to go to her convent. A lot of the BP babes came out to support it and brought their friends. We even had, as the pictures just showed, a babe dress up in our pig costume to come yell at students on North Quad to come participate. And like you said, I think a common theme was a lot of students surprised at how good they still were at hula hooping. A lot of kids said, oh, I haven't tried this since grade school recess. So it was fun to watch kids try again.
Well, obviously our whole lives have been turned upside down, but what do you think it meant to you and the women of Breen Phillips to be able to continue this tradition in honor of Sister Mary this year?
Yeah, so continuing this event just kind of goes to show the tremendous community that lies within the halls of Breen Phillips. We didn't let the global pandemic stop us from having fun and remembering Sister Mary and all she did for BP. Instead, we revisited, revised, and stood together as a community to create a fun, memorable, and socially distant event.
Talk about resilient. Anika, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for your commitment to keeping your fellow students engaged and having fun this semester.
Thank you.
Now let's check in with Tim Kenny and the Notre Dame Stadium Concourse. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Justine. We are out here with our next performance group. This is the Blue and Gold Company. Now, they're one of our newer groups on campus, just 3 years old, but they have already been performing with music legends, including Todd Rundgren and Kristen Chenoweth. Blue and Gold Company, take it away.
The day I first met you, you told me you never fall in love. But now that I get you, I know fear is what it really was.
Now here we are, so
all alone, there were tears in your eyes. I called your cell phone, my love, but you did not reply.
The world is ours. If we want it, we can take it.
You just take my hand. There's no turning back now.
Baby, try to understand.
I don't wanna break your heart, wanna give your heart a break. I know you're scared, it's wrong, like you might make a mistake. There's just one life to live, and there's no time to waste.
So let me give your heart a break.
Give your heart a break. Let me give your heart a break. Your heart a break. There's just so much you can take. Your heart a break. Let me give your heart a break. Your heart a break. Oh yeah, yeah. When your lips are on my lips and our hearts beat as one,
But you slip round on my fingertips every time you run.
Whoa, whoa. I don't wanna break your heart, wanna give your heart a break. I know you're scared, it's wrong, like you might make a mistake. There's just one life to live, and there's no time to waste. So let me give your heart a break, 'cause you've been hurt before, I can see it in your eyes. You just try to smile it away, some things you can't disguise. Don't wanna break your heart, maybe I can ease the ache. So let me give your heart a break, your heart a break. Let me give your heart a break, your heart a break. There's just so much you can take. Your heart a break, let me give your heart a break, your heart a break. Oh yeah, yeah. You with the sad eyes, don't be discouraged, though I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can't lose sight of it all. The darkness there inside you makes you feel so small. When I see your true colors shining through, I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful, like a rainbow. Show me a smile then. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can bear, you just call me up, 'cause you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through, I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors
are beautiful, like the rainbow.
And I see your true colors shining through, I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful, like a rainbow.
what a performance. You know, something that is just so special about Notre Dame is how talented our students are in so many different ways. And you guys just have so much musical talent here on display tonight. We're going to go back now to the Notre Dame Day studios with Vic Lombardi. Vic?
Thanks, Tim. I could watch that all night long. All right, Notre Dame students are well known to be multitaskers, but our next guest might take the cake. In addition to being an avid and competitive chess player since the age of 2, Alex Bone has used his time in college and in quarantine to add an impressive list of other activities to his resume. Alex, welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good, Vic. How are you?
Good, thanks. All right, so you got started with chess at an early age. How did you work all the way up to competing in tournaments as big as the World Open in Philadelphia? How'd you get there?
Yeah. Whenever I was younger, we lived in a trailer home, so we didn't have a lot of like TV and stuff. So we played a lot of board games. So my mom showed me when I was like 2 how to play chess, and then I just kept practicing until I was able to join the chess club at my school. And eventually, I was able to work my way up from the scholastic tournaments through the state level tournaments, eventually to tournaments like the World Open.
Are you still competing actively right now?
With coronavirus, it's been a little hard to compete in actual tournaments, but I try to get in as many online tournaments as I can. Right now, there is the States Cup going on, and I'm part of the Oklahoma team.
That's pretty cool. I think I'm the only member of my family that does not know how to play chess, and for that, I apologize. All right, you're also driving race cars. You've driven race cars for a few years now. How'd you get into that?
There's a track near Tulsa, Oklahoma, and when I was younger, I liked to do the go-karts, and eventually I was able to work my way up in a similar way to chess through the series of go-kart leagues, all the way to being able to race a full-size car on the track in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Is car racing like chess at all?
It's a little bit like chess. There's some strategy involved with tire management and just how to approach different corners. And there's a lot of data throughout the lap that you have to analyze in a similar way you'd analyze a chess game.
All right, so chess, car racing. Activity number 3, you picked up after being sent home for the semester quarantine. So you pursue a unique opportunity here. You're working towards your master status in scuba diving. How did you get there?
So scuba diving was something that I've been interested in for a while, and with quarantine, I figured it was a pretty safe activity since everyone has their own little air supply that's pretty pure. And I was able to see that there was a class going on while I was at home. So I enrolled in that, and I was able to complete my last dive right before we came back for this semester.
So you must get bored. You must get bored very easily. You got to find something to do at all times.
Yeah, I try to stay as busy as I can.
What are some of the other activities you're involved with on campus?
I'm also involved in the Design Build Fly team, as well as the climbing club on campus. And between that and my other activities, I stay pretty busy. I keep a full schedule.
Alex, are there any other skills you may be looking into, something to hone in the future?
Those skills are the ones I'm trying to hone right now for the clubs I'm involved in at Notre Dame. But in the future, I might also like to learn how to play a musical instrument. It's been something I've been trying to pick up since I was little, but I just never quite had the time to finish.
All right, forgive my ignorance. What does the flag behind you represent there?
So this is actually a diving flag. So whenever you're diving on a boat, you'd put this up to signify that there's divers below the surface.
I see. All right, Alex, congratulations on all your accomplishments so far, and thank you for joining us tonight on Notre Dame Day.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Justine standing by now with a former Fighting Irish star. Who's on the line, Justine?
Yes, Vic. Well, joining us now is Ronaldo Wynn, a former defensive end for the Fighting Irish and one of just 68 in Notre Dame history drafted in the first round of the NFL draft when the Jacksonville Jaguars took him with the 21st pick in the 1997 draft. Ronaldo, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
It's great to be on. Thank you for having me, Justine.
Yes, great to see you. Let's start from the beginning here. Want to go back to your high school playing days in Chicago. You were a big-time recruit. Can you talk with us about that recruiting process and how it led you to Notre Dame?
Yeah, so being at an all-boy Catholic school on the south side of Chicago in the Catholic League, it was a little bit easy of a choice, if I must say. You know, we had quite a few alum that also went on to be Notre Dame grads and also Notre Dame greats. I say greats because a name that you may know is Moose Krause. So the great Moose Krause, as you know, Moose Krause Field, went to my high school. And at that time, he was still living in a staple pillar on campus, if you will. And he was a guy that really had a lot to do with me getting recruited. Not only that, but being given a scholarship when Coach Beck at the time was the running backs coach at Notre Dame under Lou Holtz. And basically he just said, Lou, pretty much, Moose Krause told me, I need to give you a scholarship. I may not have a job if you don't accept it. So it was a no-brainer for me. I canceled all my visits. Notre Dame was the first school right away. And I think I was the first commit out of that #1 recruiting class that year, coming in 92, class of 92, actually, that year.
And the rest is history. Okay, so then that transition, you go from high school to one of the most talented football teams in Notre Dame history. You just mentioned them, the 1992 Fighting Irish. What was navigating that transition like?
Well, for me, it was a challenge, bit of a challenge, because as I told you, I mean, yes, I had accolades in high school in Chicago, but I came in a part of the #1 recruiting freshman class. So you're talking about bannered athletes who were pretty much player of the year, Gatorade player of the years in every city. And, you know, I was kind of at the bottom of the totem pole there. And, you know, I was a little bit undersized and thinking that, I may not play, you know, because I got all these guys, not to mention guys that were already playing, Demetrius DeBose, All-American linebacker, so many greats like Brian Young, the list goes on, of course. And Lou actually redshirted me and pretty much told me that I need to gain some weight, and that was more important than even practicing. So I was like, I can't even practice. I mean, you know, you got guys like Rudy practiced, you know, and but you know, it was a tough first year for me. Needless to say, I couldn't, you know, me and a few of my other teammates and roommates, we didn't travel on away games. But you know what? Hard work does pay off. It's not just a cliche. You know, I've worked my butt off, and the next year I ended up starting that very next year as a linebacker, and then play a little defensive end as well. So you know, just persevering through it all. You know, but I have to thank a lot of the coaches for that, just to say, hey, you know, you can't control, you can't control what, you know, the things that may not you be in your control, but the things you can control is working hard, getting up every day and having a great attitude. Simple things like that, I think, went a long way for me.
Yeah, so your senior year, you're named the team's most valuable player and lineman of the year. Ronaldo, when you look back at your time at Notre Dame, what's the story you're going to tell your grandkids?
Well, first of all, you know, I enjoyed playing the game of football, no doubt about it. But more importantly, I enjoyed being a part of a family. And, you know, Notre Dame was truly a family. I was married in college also when I was my last 2 years in college. And so, you know, I couldn't have been a part of I don't think any other university the way we were, you know, just a part of a big family at that time, me and my wife, LaTanya. And just going through that, Lou Holtz always said, when you make a decision in Notre Dame, it's a life decision. And that rings true even to this day. You know, I know all the times that I played in the NFL for 13 years, you know, the one things that guys would always say in the locker room was like, dude, you know people in every city. And the reason being is because Notre Dame is not just a regional connection. It's a worldwide connection. It's all over, you know, and the community is real. Whether or not you didn't meet anybody in that same class or era, if you know they're from Notre Dame, the first thing is like, what dorm did you go to, or something like that. You know, that's the immediate question. Of course, I'm a zombie representing Zom Hall for all the zombies out there, but but at the end of the day, there's that immediate connection, whether it's a student athlete or a regular student. And then one other thing I like to bring out too is that I enjoy the fact that as a student athlete, we were students first. A lot of guys that I played in the NFL with, they never got an opportunity to connect with other students. A lot of our friends were not just athletes that we played on the team with, but they were also students on campus, and we got an opportunity to be a part of that student body and that family. And so I thank God there weren't any athletic dorms. I love the fact that we were a part of just the entire student body, because that was the most important part of being Notre Dame is that everybody's a family.
Absolutely. Notre Dame family just extends everywhere. Even Brady Quinn last night, we had him on here for Notre Dame Day, was talking about the worldwide appeal that comes with going to Notre Dame. I want to go back to NFL Draft Day 1997. Did you know you were going in the first round, sir?
Well, I had hoped I would, because I stayed for an extra year. Again, I told you I was married in college, and we had a plan to leave after I graduated at the end of the 95 season. And so with any further ado, I had to have a meeting with Lou to kind of let him know, like, hey, I'm forgoing my last year. I've already graduated. I appreciate the university. I felt like I would be drafted somewhere in the third round, somewhere around there. Well, Lou told me a quick story about how there was a gentleman that was similar in my situation who wanted to forgo his last year. And Lou felt like it was his duty to share with the scouts what he felt about that guy. And he asked me, do you ever know what happened to that young man? I said, no, coach, I don't know what happened. He said, exactly. He never got drafted. So he proceeded to talk about my situation, the circumstances, and said, hey, you can make that decision if you want. I said, well, Lou, I think I'm coming back for another year. He said, best decision you made, son. We'll see you at winter conditioning. And so, of course, in the beginning, I was really upset, about the fact that, man, he just pulled one on me. I mean, I was going to leave, but it ended up being the best decision I ever made. At that time, Charlie Strong was my D-line coach after going with Kirk Dahl as a linebacker coach before that. And Charlie Strong and Urban Meyer was another guy. They were just like, look, that same premise that I had when I first came in as a freshman, you can control the things that you control. And one of those things was like, you've already graduated. Go ahead and start working on your graduate degree. And also, it'll only be 6 months, and it'll be the best decision you ever make. You'll be a first round draft pick. And surely, after that year, I ended up being a first round draft pick. So it was the best decision, even though it took a little, I'm sure push from Lou, which I really thank him for that. But it was one of the best decisions I ever made.
Now, do you keep in touch with some of your former coaches here at Notre Dame?
I try to keep in touch with all of my coaches at Notre Dame, as many as possible. Again, it's a part of the Notre Dame family. And even if you have coaches who have coached other places, I just talked about Kirk Dahl, who's at East Carolina University, still have that connection with Kirk Dahl and his family, his wife who just overcame cancer. Of course, Charlie Strong, going down to Texas when he was the coach there. And then, of course, he became the coach at Florida. I know he's not coaching anymore, but, just as many of those coaches, that connection that you try to keep in touch with those guys who had an impact on your life, and they had an impact on my life. Urban Meyer, another guy that, no matter how high he got in terms of success, he was always just that down to earth guy. And that's the type of Notre Dame person that really makes that impact, just always able to say hello or give you an encouraging word. So again, those guys, really made it possible for me to have the success that I'm having now. And I'm just able to impact other people's lives as well.
Now, Ronaldo, we would be remiss if we didn't ask you about the current Fighting Irish team. We know there is a game this coming weekend, but everyone is looking ahead to Clemson. Are you liking Notre Dame's chances against Clemson?
Well, this will be the test. My roommate and I, Cliff Stroud, we always talk on the phone about this. And the one thing where we say in all truthfulness is that these are the games that we need to look to really solidify ourselves to be in that upper echelon in terms of our football team. These are the games that we have to win, being a top 5 opponent right here. So there's no doubt I think that we can win the game. Of course, having home field advantage makes a big difference. I've been in North Carolina forever. The last 8 years. I went to the last game when Clemson played. I was in the rain out there in South Carolina. So I've been hearing this from a lot of guys when I was working at Joe Gibbs Racing, all these Clemson fans about this game that was coming up. We were hoping to be there, but of course, other things prevailed that again, are out of our control. But I really feel like, we have to control the line of scrimmage. you know, be able to run the ball so that way we can, you know, have some open passes down the field. And of course, I'm a defensive guy. So putting pressure on Lawrence so he's not back there, you know, baking a cake. You know, you got to take him off the spot, make him uncomfortable, put your hands up. Batted balls are just as important as a sack. And tackling. You got to tackle well with these guys. You got that running back who's a great running back. So, you know, again, it takes everything. Also special teams, all three levels, offense, defense, and special teams. And please don't turn the ball over. If we don't have any turnovers, I think we have a good shot.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot give a guy like Trevor Lawrence time, that's for sure. Before we let you go, you and your wife, LaTanya, started a fitness business in Nevada. Tell us about this business.
Yeah, the unlikely business that kind of came, as some may say, at the wrong time. So, you know, after working with Joe Gibbs Racing, with Coach Gibbs, who, you know, has been a great mentor of mine in the Charlotte, North Carolina area, moving my family to the Charlotte area to be a part of the racing team, winning championships there with a lot of our NASCAR drivers. I know you guys talked to Alex, so that was right up my alley. And also being a part of the ministry, little did I know that I would connect with Burn Boot Camp, which is actually through my wife, kind of her dream. She's been following me around, you know, all these years from NFL, from college, NFL, and of course, racing and ministry. And now, you know, I'm following her around and she's leading the way. And I will say, it's a part of our ministry where we get the opportunity to impact the community through health and fitness. You know, that's been one of the things that's been near and dear to my heart, Justine, because, you know, as a lineman, you tend to eat a lot, but also you have to have a balance. And so I'm walking through it as well in terms of my health and fitness. And, you know, one of the hardest things is saying no to that Krispy Kreme red sign when I pass by it. But, you know, it's just a part of just making those sacrifices. And we want to be able to, you know, make an impact in our community against obesity. And I believe we're doing that. We're going to open up 4 locations, but, you know, we're doing well in the midst of COVID and all the things that are going on. People are coming into our gym. They're being impacted. They're getting rid of the weight, but more importantly, we're building that community in the Henderson, Nevada area right outside of Las Vegas.
Oh, happy to hear that, Ronaldo. You deserve all the success in the world. Thank you so much for coming on today. It was great to chat with you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you for having me on, Justine.
All right, take care. Now we're going to head out to campus where Vahid Sobrazadeh is coming in live for another new spot.
Hey, Justine, thanks so much. Yeah, we showed you last time out, we showed you the newest women's dorm and residence on campus. And right now, we're showing you the newest men's hall on campus, and that is Bauer Hall as of 2019, the summer of 2019 when it was completed. It's a $20 million facility. It is the result of a generous gift from the University of Notre Dame alumnus John Bauer and his wife, Molly. And it's located in the south side of the Notre Dame campus. Take a tour with me. It's unbelievable. 78,000 square feet near Ryan and Keogh Halls. It's a 4-story structure that can house 251 men and features a 2-story lounge, reading room, study rooms, which we're going to show you here to the right. Check this out. Comes with social distancing signs and all. So there's a lot of rooms for these young guys to hang out, for them to study, for them to socially get together. It comes with community kitchen, laundry, vending, storage, exercise rooms. I'm going to go on and on because it does come with those things. Space for food sales on lower level. And the biggest surprise of all, a chapel. Look at this beautiful chapel here right in the heart of this residence hall here on campus. It's beautiful. It's brand new as of the summer of 2019, and it's right here on the campus of Notre Dame. Bauer Hall here live at Notre Dame Day. Vahid Sobrazadeh. We'll send it back to you. Vic, you've got another guest on tap in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Vahid. That certainly looks like a great dorm. I mean, doesn't hold a candle to Soren Hall, but we're going to get into that right now. Throughout quarantine and isolation, we've all been searching for ways to maintain human connection. The men of Soren Hall have started a pen pal program with a local nursing care facility, writing letters to seniors and helping to combat their loneliness. Soren's Service Commissioner Joey Canfield here to tell us more. Joey, as a fellow Soren Otter, welcome to the show, my friend.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks. Joey, all right, where did this idea of a pen pal program, where did this come from?
So it originated at just like a Hall Gov meeting. We kind of all get in a big circle and talk about different ideas of things we can do to help get involved in the community and just to stay entertained, stay doing stuff in the quarantine, stay positive.
That's such a great idea. How many Soren residents have written letters?
We've had about 40 people write letters, and we're looking to get even more.
So has the community reacted to the program pretty positively? Does it sound like it's something that's going to get bigger?
Yeah, it's been really exciting how many people have really come out encouragingly and been able to write letters and really gotten excited about it. We had a event where I kind of sat out in the tent outside of our dorm, and I had a big box of donuts, and they could come out and write letters while eating donuts one morning, and that really let a lot of people get involved. Which was nice.
That's how you reel them in. Burgers are next. What kind of response have you gotten from the actual facility, the residents? Have they written back? What are those letters like?
We haven't gotten actually any letters back yet, but we've heard that there have been plenty of people that are excited to write back, and a lot of people are really happy to get some communication during this really isolating time.
All right, so what's the next step with the program?
For next steps, we're thinking about just after quarantine, hopefully we can go out there and meet the people that we've been getting to know through these letters. Hopefully they write back and we can kind of start a dialogue in between the people. Just get to know people better and create that connection to the community.
I love the idea of the service commissioner. I'm not sure we had a service commissioner at Soren back in the day, but what other kinds of activities are you organizing? What are you looking to start here?
Well, we're normally involved with a homeless shelter where we go and we serve breakfast to anybody that wants to come in. And that's a great service opportunity to get to do, but obviously we can't do that during quarantine and during coronavirus. So we were looking to have like a fundraising type thing where they're really looking for extra funds because they lost a lot of money during the coronavirus. So things like that, really just try to give back to the community in any way we can.
I was in one of the small basement rooms there at Soren for most of my stay. Where are you located exactly, Joey?
I'm in one of the turrets on the 3rd floor.
Oh man, you got the good life. So when you see like the Bauer Hall and some of the newer halls, how do you compare
them? They have less character. We get to kind of rough it out, and I think it brings us closer together.
So we used to do a thing with Monk Malloy. On Tuesday and Thursday nights, we did something called Monk Hoops, where we played basketball with Monk Malloy. Do you do any activities like that? Any basketball still played there at Soren?
We still have it, we had it before coronavirus. Last year we would have it Monday nights. We would still go out to the seminary and play basketball. Monk no longer joins us, but it's still done in his honor.
Man, that guy had a jump shot. I tell you, he could score from anywhere. You'd put a hand in his face, and he would just stroke jumpers left and right. Joey, thanks for joining us. Thank you for all your amazing efforts. Proud to say you're a Soren Otter, my friend.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right. Justine, your next guest, another student starting new traditions in his residence hall, huh?
Yes, that's right. Point on the board for Soren Hall. It's got to feel good to cover a fellow Otter. All right, so we've heard from a lot of guests so far this Notre Dame Day. Maintaining a sense of community on campus and in residence halls has been a top priority for students this semester. Jack Meyer, a resident assistant in O'Neill Family Hall, has put in a lot of effort to make this priority a reality. Jack, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hello.
Now, I'm sure your experience as an RA has been pretty unique this semester. Has it been like to be a leader for your dorm in such a strange time on campus?
It's been different than what I expected, but that's kind of been the case for everybody this year. I think the hardest part is that there are things that would be okay and great for community building in other years that we can't do anymore. So we can't just have 20 people in the section lounge to watch a movie or watch the game. We can't get a bunch of food all together. So it's been hard to adapt to that. But we've been finding ways to still like get together and get to know each other. In O'Neill, it's fairly oriented around the sections. So we have section dinner every single night, and we've had a lot of good weather this year. And so for the first like 8 weeks, every night outside, we'd have dinner together. And that was just huge for the guys. Now that it's getting colder, we're trying to move that to the tent. But yeah, that part's been hard. The easier part is that there's no more parties to bust, so I don't have to worry about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, overall,
So you've been holding dorm masses in a class building, but you still can't sing inside. You rigged a piano chariot. What is a piano chariot? Whoa, there it is. Talk me through this, my friend.
We've been having mass in D-Bart. We're not allowed to sing inside, but like I really miss singing with the boys. So we took one of those move-in bins that you move like sofas and boxes with when people are moving into the dorm, and we like strapped a keyboard to it and put an amp out for it and put a stool from the 24-hour lounge inside of it. And then we put a guy on the stool and had him play music while two other guys dragged him backwards from O'Neill. And we'd sing our opening hymn on the way there and then our closing hymn on the way back. And over the past couple of weeks, we've added some electric guitars as well. But it's
electric guitars?
Yep.
Wow. Now, what do the other dorms think about this?
They're probably jealous. I don't know how many of them know about it. If they need help building one, we've got people.
Give O'Neill a call. Okay, so one of the other things you've done is you built a set of chairs for your section. What inspired this idea? And you actually used the innovation lab to do this?
Yeah, so I had a couple chairs like that in my dorm room that I'd made like 2 years ago, and I'd been using, my brother and I are both in the same section, and we'd been using them outside, and some of our friends were like, oh wow, could you build us some of those? And I was like, yeah, sure, if you pay me. And so I went around campus looking for a table saw that I could use, and the people that were most excited about the project were the Innovation Center. So they let me use their shop and their tools, and so we made a bunch of chairs, and now we've got a bunch of O'Neill chairs. I've actually got a stack of them in my room.
Wow.
Right now.
So they're very useful. Obviously things have been difficult, but there may be a silver lining in all of this, that in a way it has brought a lot of us closer together. How have you seen that play out in O'Neill?
I think the guys, because like they can't go outside of they can't go to other dorms to meet people, have grown a lot closer to each other. And it's been great to just see the section brought together because of that. Like we just spend a lot more time around each other because we're not able to go out.
Jack, thanks so much for joining us and for your efforts to keep the O'Neill Brotherhood as strong as ever.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Take care. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then Vic will be back to hear about another dorm keeping community alive for a good cause. We're back after this. Stay with us.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. Yearning to understand, inspired by faith, it paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Vic Lombardi. Joining us now is a Notre Dame sophomore from Arlington Heights, Illinois, Maura Hogaboom. Maura studies economics and pre-health, and she's here to talk about one of her hall's signature events. She's residing in Pascagoula West, so P-Dub for short. Tell us what P-Dub's Closet is all about, Maura.
Hi there. So yeah, P-Dub's Closet, it's our signature event that usually happens in the fall. And we collect gently used clothes from dorms around campus. And I love this event because it really represents what our hall stands for. You know, it combines sustainability with service for the South Bend community, which is just something we love here in P-Dub. And the event works this way. So for each clothing item you donate, you get raffle tickets. And you can either purchase new clothes at the event when we set up all the clothes to be displayed in the fun, or you can put that raffle ticket into a raffle to win cool ND gear or gift cards. And then all the clothes that aren't donated, all the coats that get donated, and then all the extra funds we get gets donated to the Center for the Homeless in South Bend.
Oh, that is so cool. My daughters love to go thrifting. That's like a raffle thrift shop for fundraising all rolled into one. How did you get involved in this?
Yeah, so last year I served my dorm as the junior commissioner for service in PW. And junior commissioner positions get freshmen involved in hall council. So last year I helped out, setting up the event, collecting all the clothing from the dorms around campus. So we got so much involvement from our dorm and saw a lot of that returned from other dorms as well.
So, Mara, how many clothing items are we talking about? How much is collected each year?
Well, I actually went through the spreadsheets, and we last year collected over 700 items of clothing, which is just such a great number. And I think it really speaks to how much residence halls are willing to support one another in their signature events, as well as how much residence halls and everyone on campus is so willing to support South Bend and the community that we live here in, especially awesome organizations like the Center for the Homeless.
Have you been able to host P-Dub's Closet this year, given the conditions?
So sadly, that usually happens in the fall, right around this time actually, and we haven't hosted it this year due to all the restrictions to make sure we keep people safe. But we're actually looking into making that happen in the spring, and if these restrictions are still in place, we're hoping to make it like an online version, kind of like the apps like Poshmark and Depop that people use nowadays. So we're hoping to still make it happen in the next semester.
Mara, keep up the great work, and thanks for joining us today.
Thanks so much.
All right, Justine's up next with a Notre Dame student who has found a true home here at the university. Justine.
Thank you, Vic. Well, after calling so many places home throughout his childhood, senior Patrick McGuire has found a new and maybe permanent place to call home at Notre Dame. Patrick, welcome to the show.
Hi, so good to see you. Thanks so much.
Yes, so you grew up in a military family. What was it like to grow up moving frequently, and how many places did you end up living with your family?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I have moved a total of 14 times with my family, but with a few repeats in there. So I think around 10 total number of places. But that is like, as a kind of upbringing, really helps you get close to your family. I think it also helps you be pretty adaptable and kind of find home and community and really treasure that in a lot of different places. But the family is like the one group of people that you don't move away from. So you get really close to them too.
So is it fair to say that South Bend is now the place you've lived the longest?
It has officially become the place I've lived the longest, and Siegfried Hall as well. The first place I'll ever live for 4 years in a row, which is pretty special.
So you have a lot of beautiful pictures on your wall.
Thank you.
What do you like best about the Siegfried community?
That's a really great question. I think a lot in, especially like in the South Bend and Notre Dame communities, and Siegfried in particular, about like a sense of family and the sense that you are there for and love the people in your family and help them be better, and they love you and help you be better as well. I think I've really felt that in Siegfried, with in good times and in bad, people being there for you and you being there for others. So it's been a real home to me.
Oh, that is so special. Now, you've fallen in love with the Notre Dame and South Bend communities so completely that you're thinking about staying in the area after graduation. Do you have any specific plans?
Yeah, so I, kind of speaking of like giving back to the community and gaining from it as well as like a sort of familial relationship, I've had the like great privilege of working in the city of South Bend for the past 2 years. And that's been a really phenomenal experience and a way both to like learn from the community and give a part of myself to it. And I think I would love to keep working in the municipal government, being a part of the great initiatives they've been doing. So I think it would very, very feasibly could see myself settling here in South Bend.
That is fabulous. Well, best of luck to you, Patrick. Thanks for coming on today.
Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Take care. Now, before we close out this hour, let's stop by the Duncan Student Center and get a giving update from Ellen Roof. Ellen.
Thanks, Justine. Wow, so many great stories focused on the dorm community here at Notre Dame this past hour. We got a sneak peek at Bauer Hall, the newest men's residence hall. So great to see an inside view of that new hall and how they're building community in a safe way with social distancing requirements. As an alum, I know I so value my Pangborn friends, my dorm. Shout out to my freshman roommate, Andrea, who's still one of my best friends. So if you feel the same way, be sure to get those gifts in for your former home under the dome as we close out this hourly challenge for residence halls. Again, we all know how important that community is, especially in a time when there can be so much isolating happening. So really great that we can support the students in our former homes. Now, as we approach the 11 o'clock hour, the hourly challenge is for, is up for grabs. It's all causes, my bad there. So it's anyone's game to win. Best of luck. Be sure to look out for some of the groups that are top performers and some of our groups who have really shown a strong performance and a lot of momentum in these final hours of Notre Dame Day. Specifically, I want to shout out College Mentors for Kids. I know we've talked about them a little bit before on the broadcast. They have a great mission helping the local community. Engineers Without Borders is up there as a top mover this year, along with the Black Student Association and Asian American Association of Notre Dame. I know specifically your gifts can help them put on their annual Asian Allure event. So many ways you can help out these student groups and more. As we approach the final hour of this Notre Dame Day 2020, be sure to stay tuned into the broadcast and take a look at all of these awesome causes on campus who are here doing great work and putting great work out into the local community and really living out Notre Dame's mission to be a force for good. It's your final hour to get your gifts in and get your very own Notre Dame Day face mask so you can match all of us here on campus. Thank you so much for all of you who have already supported, and we look forward to how we can close out this Notre Dame Day 2020. Thanks so much, and we'll be right back.
I worked as a mechanic for most of my life, and when I finally got a chance to buy a house, I was 50 years old. I got a letter back from the mortgage company. The letter said, "Congratulations, you're owner of a new house." A couple of years after I was living here, my brother was helping me with my taxes. He discovered the deed was still in the name of the company that sold it to me. The house wasn't really mine. And I've been paying the taxes, insurance, everything that a homeowner was supposed to do. And it's just sickening.
At the University of Notre Dame's Consumer Law Clinic, Professor Judy Fox is leading a national effort to combat predatory lending.
Predatory lending is the new face of housing discrimination. They attempt to trick you into assuming all the burdens of owning a home without getting any of the benefits. And unless you are an expert in property law, it's very hard to read these contracts and not be fooled.
They want the money, and that's it. They don't care what happens to the property.
One thing that I've seen Judy do extremely well is bringing together people from all different specialties to look at these issues and find solutions that otherwise I think we wouldn't be able to find.
Providing free legal services, Professor Fox and her students have won back hundreds of homes. And in 2017, her research and advocacy helped to pass a new predatory land contract bill in Illinois.
Not every house can be saved, and not every client is going to win, and that's hard. But when you can take a family and help them stay in their home, you understand that we can win this battle and that it's worth fighting.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for fair housing. We are the Fighting Irish.
It's always been the nature of humankind to seek answers, to solve great mysteries by first finding truths in ourselves. I've always been drawn to fundamental science, to discoveries that help us understand how the world works. We pose questions like, how do animal societies work? How do their social lives help them solve problems? And how can we apply what we learn from the animal kingdom to address our own human health issues and needs? In order to get at these questions, You need long-term research and an incredibly large data set. Since 2009, the University of Notre Dame's Department of Biological Sciences has continued the research begun by Princeton University's Dr. Gene Altman in 1971.
It's so amazing to take part in a study that's been going on for almost 50 years. The data set collected spans over 6 generations and is unlike any other study in this field.
The study has led to some remarkable conclusions. We've discovered that animals with better social connections have better health and longer lifespans.
And not only do richer social lives improve health, but social connectivity can even help overcome early life trauma.
That fundamental biology is clearly paralleled in humankind. Beyond nutrition and medicine, friendship and community are key factors in good health and longevity.
And as a woman in science, I'm so inspired to continue the incredible work of the women who have come before me. Because women scientists tend to succeed when they have a strong community of women to rely upon.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to understand the scientific impact of community.
We are the Fighting Irish.
When you execute a search warrant, it's essential that you're prepared for the worst.
Ready? Ready. Go.
You don't know what's waiting for you behind the door, so you respect your surroundings and trust your training.
Police department, we have a search warrant.
Executing a warrant is my favorite part of my job.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Julia Gately is part of the St. Joseph County Cybercrimes Unit. Under the leadership of Mitch Kaiser, Notre Dame students are sworn in as investigators and work on real criminal cases in the community.
Last one in.
Okay, it's all secure. Go ahead and grab the evidence kit and go in and start processing the scene. Police officers are experts in criminal law, criminal procedures, but for the most part, they know very little about technology and the internet. They didn't grow up with it their entire lives.
Looks like we've got a hidden flash drive here. All of us have been just immersed in technology. Our entire lives are on our phones. Technology has a way of showing the truth in a way that nothing else really can.
Traditionally, it takes between 6 and 9 months for a cybercrimes unit to evaluate all the evidence. In St. Joseph County, with our students, we're able to measure it not in months, but in hours and in days, holding people accountable for the crimes they commit and getting justice for our victims.
These students have helped solve a homicide. They've identified additional victims in a crime, and they've revealed evidence that has exonerated someone from a crime.
Just being able to actually see the real world impacts based on the work that we've done at the unit is incredible. This experience has solidified what I want from my life.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to uncover the evidence.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Our lady looking good tonight. Good evening. Welcome to the 10th and the final hour of Notre Dame Day. I'm Vic Lombardi, a 1991 graduate of the University of Notre Dame and an anchor reporter for Altitude TV in Denver. I started my career in South Bend, and I love covering Denver sports, but there's nothing like coming back home to Notre Dame.
And I'm Justine Ward, a member of Notre Dame's class of 2012 and most recently an anchor and reporter for Sportsnet New York. I'm also excited to be back hosting Notre Dame Day this year, a meaningful year for me since I've also returned as a student in Notre Dame's MBA program.
For this special fall edition of Notre Dame Day, we've been telling stories of students who have stayed committed to making a difference and bettering their communities, both on and off campus, even in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic. We've also heard from our student music groups and a few well-known Notre Dame alum. For this final hour, we will continue with more student stories and a few surprise guests.
As we have been throughout this broadcast, we're social distancing here in the studio, conducting all of our interviews remotely and holding performances outside so that all of us remain safe and follow the protocols everyone has been asked to abide by.
Coming up this hour, we'll hear the stories of Notre Dame students who spent their quarantines doing amazing things, like an Alaskan student who spends his summers on a commercial fishing boat in the Bering Sea. We'll hear from Notre Dame and NFL all-time great Joe Theismann. And we'll talk to alum Pat Connaughton of the Milwaukee Bucks about playing inside that NBA bubble.
In addition to watching the broadcast on NotreDameDay.nd.edu, you can also give to some of the 947 groups, organizations, clubs, and campus units that you care about at Notre Dame. There's only 1 hour remaining, so make sure you give at the NotreDameDay.nd.edu site. Let's head over to the Duncan Student Center now with Brian Diss for a quick update on giving. Brian, an hour to go. How are we doing?
1 hour to go, Justine. It's kind of incredible that we made it all this way, almost to the end of the night, but what an incredible momentum we're seeing. We have just had, in the last 2 hours, the 2 biggest hours we've had throughout the entire 29-hour event. Incredible generosity from the Notre Dame family. Well over 22,000 gifts so far and 729 causes across the university benefited. One thing I want to spotlight right now, between the Student Emergency Relief Fund and financial aid, we have raised over $165,000. Now earlier you heard from Executive Vice President Shannon Collin talking about how critical these financial aid gifts are for our students right now, especially those who have been affected by the pandemic. These gifts will nearly underwrite a full financial aid scholarship for 3 Notre Dame students, all because of the generosity of the Notre Dame family happening tonight. There is still time to make your gift, get that mask, and participate in this record-breaking event. If you haven't logged on yet to NotreDameDay.nd.edu to make your gift, please do so now. Now back to you all in the studio.
Thank you, Brian. Joining us now is Notre Dame student Tess Speza. Tess, first of all, did I get the name right? Is it Speza?
It's Spacia, but you were close.
Spacia. I will not make that mistake again. All right, Tess. We talked about service commissioners in the last hour. You are the service commissioner for Lions Hall. So what is involved in becoming and being a service commissioner?
Yeah, so my co-commissioner and I, we work as a team, and we're basically just responsible for planning the service events in the hall and notifying the girls about different service opportunities on campus and events and programs through the Center for Social Concerns.
We understand you started a new fundraising event this year that you call it the Mockathon. What is the Mockathon and how does it work?
Yeah, so we realized that we wouldn't be able to do in-person service as many other people talked about tonight. And we wanted to raise money for our partner, South Bend Center for the Homeless. And we knew it had to be socially distant. So we started brainstorming ideas and we noticed a lot of people were hammocking behind Lions. There's this nice patch of trees next to the rock. And we thought, why don't we turn this into a fundraiser? And we wanted to call it the Mockathon because people refer to hammocking as like mocking, and it's kind of a play off of a walkathon. So we got our family and friends to pledge a certain amount of money per hour that we could stay in our hammocks in a 12-hour period. This was on October 3rd. So from noon to midnight, girls were in their hammocks. We raised a good amount of money. It was really fun.
I can see the appeal of laying in a hammock, but I'm not sure I could do it for as many hours as some of you did. Why hammocks? How'd you come to that?
Well, hammocks are very fun and relaxing, and we already knew we had the space and people had hammocks, so we didn't have to purchase anything or rent a space. And it's also an inherently socially distant activity, so it was perfect for COVID.
That is perfect. Tell us a little about Lion Hall's involvement with the South Bend Center for the Homeless.
Yeah, so as many other people talked about, a lot of dorms have service partnerships, and ours is with the Center for the Homeless. In the past, we would do a monthly service event there, but this year, instead, a lot of the dorms are in a fundraising competition to raise money for the South Bend Center for the Homeless. It actually ends on Friday, and Lions Hall is proudly in first place and winning by $3,000 right now.
Wow. Do you plan on making it an annual event?
Yes, I think everyone involved wants to do it again for sure, and hopefully make it bigger and better, have more participants, maybe open it up to other halls, have food, and just make it a good signature Lions fundraising event.
Tess Spacia, correct?
Yes.
Got it. Tess, thank you for joining us on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Vic. Thanks for having me.
Let's head back over to Justine Ward. Justine?
Thank you, Vic. We are joined now by Notre Dame student and McGlynn Hall resident, Caitlin Heaney. Caitlin, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good.
Well, thank you for joining us. I understand you're one of the founders of the Sunlight Project. What is the Sunlight Project?
The Sunlight Project is an invention of me and two other friends over quarantine. We are a charity that creates and sells poetry to raise money for nonprofits that focus on social equity.
Interesting. So how did you come up with this idea with your friends?
Well, one of our friends came up with the main idea because quarantine was a really hard time for all of us, and I'm sure for many people too, it was a really dark time. And we wanted a way to put joy back out into the world. So we kind of thought this was a good way to not only share our joy through words, but also to kind of give back to the community and help raise money.
Fabulous. So you launched your first volume just a few weeks ago. What's the response been like so far?
It's been really positive. We're really excited. We've sold many copies. We've only been doing digital so far, but with the response we received, we're hoping to start selling some physical copies too.
So you mentioned the charity component of this. What organizations will benefit from your venture?
Right now, we're looking at more specifically criminal justice, racial equity, and child welfare. So we're really kind of honing in on several organizations that focus on that aspect.
So aside from the physical copies, how do you hope to grow this new idea that you set out on with your friends?
We're hoping to produce more books really soon. Right now, we only have one out, but there's another one in the works, so stay tuned for that.
Okay, great. Before we go, where can people find you?
We are thesunlightproject.co, so come visit our website.
Okay, Caitlin, thank you so much for joining us for Notre Dame Day and for spreading joy. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Vic, back to you.
Our next guest was a standout men's basketball and baseball player at Notre Dame, and he's gone on to a magnificent career in the NBA. Great to welcome our good friend Pat Connaughton back to Notre Dame Day. Pat, thanks a lot, man.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Vic.
Before we get into detail here on some of your other work, I want to say I have never forgotten one of the greatest swats I've ever seen in a basketball game. When you guys made that run in the NCAAs and you're playing Kentucky, I know you know the one I'm talking about, and on the baseline, you swat that out of bounds to send the game, I believe, to OT at the time. Where does that rank for you in lifetime swats?
Ooh, great question. Honestly, I would say it's got to be top two at the least. I had one in high school that saved a potential game-tying shot to win a state championship, but that was on a much less scale than the one in Notre Dame. And I'm pretty sure the game at ND, I think it was also versus Butler to send us to the Sweet 16. So that inner Indiana rivalry, I probably never would have been able to go back to Indiana if I didn't make that play.
Pat, I know it's important to you that you're thought of as more than an athlete, so let's start there. You have a real estate development business. How'd you get this started? Who's involved with you in this, and where are your real estate projects located?
Yeah, definitely. Name of it's Three Leaf Development. Part of that obviously comes from the Notre Dame and my Irish heritage. Part of that has a little bit deeper meaning. Each leaf has its own little thing, athletes in business, through the vehicle of real estate. And my dad was a general contractor growing up, so I kind of have it in my blood. I used to work on his job sites when I was a kid, like 7th, 8th, 9th grade, hauling lumber, sheetrock, cleaning up the job sites at the end of the day, nothing glamorous, but I was exposed to it firsthand at a young age. So it kind of stuck with me. And as I got, fortunate to become drafted in two sports and, the knowledge that Notre Dame instilled in me on making sure I'm smart with my money, I figured I'd invest it in something that I know, something that I'm around often, and something that I could work with my dad on. So that's kind of where it came from, where the ambition of it came from. And it's grown significantly since, my first year in the NBA, 5 years ago. And we have projects. We have, two of them around Notre Dame, one that's about to finish up at the end of the year, one that will start development here in the next month or so. We got 3 of them in the Milwaukee area, one in Portland, some back in Boston. So it's grown exponentially. I've been able to get not just myself, but a bunch of other of my pro athlete buddies, a lot of Notre Dame athlete alums involved so they can see it firsthand. And I think that's been probably the coolest part about it for me.
All right. I do want to say that Notre Dame athlete is so proud because you guys always have something going on during your professional careers. You have something to fall back on. Is that when you're done playing ball, you're going to go straight into that full time?
Yeah, definitely. It's something that I put a great deal of time into right now. But obviously, I have a day job in pro sports, which I enjoy playing and enjoy doing very much. So, it's something that it is second in line at the moment. But I got a great team around me. My dad works on it daily. To be able to work with him has been great. My best friend from growing up, Joe Stanton, works on it daily. So we got a good team, and it's something that hopefully I can get a good amount of pro athletes involved so that when our careers are done, we've started the seed of creating a little bit of a portfolio, and we can continue to grow that when our playing days are over.
Pat, I cover the NBA for a living. I go to every All-Star game, and I remember when you were selected for the NBA dunk contest, your first dunk, and that outfit that you showed off. Give us the backstory here.
Yeah, I wanted to do things that were organic to me, right? So my first thought was, the stereotype, white man can't jump, in the movie that came out with Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes. So I wanted to do it. The NBA itself had one or two people try it in the past, but they didn't go all out like I did with the exact same outfit, which was cool. So they let me do it. And, I wanted to get Christian Yelich involved because of baseball and keep the Milwaukee sports theme going throughout the entire dunk contest with the two MVPs. And in retrospect, I didn't realize how nervous the city of Milwaukee was that I was jumping over two of their MVPs. So fortunately, I did it successfully in both attempts.
Well, you dunked easily. It took Woody Harrelson an entire movie to dunk a basketball, so it was a little different. Pat, we're in the COVID era now, and many people may have forgotten you tested positive for COVID-19, and your entry into that NBA bubble was delayed a bit. Your teammates were in Orlando. You were stuck at home in Milwaukee. What kind of hoops did you have to jump through just to get permission from the NBA to get there?
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Fortunate for me, the Bucks did a great job, and the NBA did a great job from a healthcare standpoint, and I wasn't really affected by it much. But obviously, what the NBA had set out for the bubble, there were, some strict protocols before I could get down there. So it took me about 3 weeks, about 19, 20 days before I could actually get into the bubble from when it started. And that was a little bit frustrating just because you want to be down there, you want to be with your teammates, you want to be preparing for that bubble push, that playoff push. But at the end of the day, they did what they had to do to make sure everybody in that bubble was safe. And they did a really good job. As we saw, it worked out perfectly. And, I'm just fortunate that I was able to, recover and get down there at some point in time.
Yeah, Pat, did it impact you physically? And if so, how long did it take to get back to normal playing condition?
So it didn't impact me directly. I would say the biggest impact for me was just the time off I had to take, right? So when I got it, it was still, unknown what effects or lasting effects it would have on you or your heart or things of that nature. So they were really cautious with us. They wouldn't let me do anything. Like it wasn't until day 19 that they let me go outside and go for walks when I had tested negative a few times. And so going 19, 20 days without doing anything athletic, without lifting, without conditioning, and then jumping right back into the swing of things as quickly as I could down in the bubble, causes some bumps, bruises, tendonitis, random things like that I would say can plague you for a little bit of time and isn't ideal to deal with. But I was fortunate because the Milwaukee strength staff did a great job, and I was able to get back into playing shape quickly, and I was just able to deal with and subdue those little nags and stuff like that throughout the course of the bubble.
All right, so while I'm watching those NBA bubble games, they always showed the aerial shots of Disney World and looked massive where you guys were located. But how much acreage are we talking about? How much room to maneuver did you actually have in that bubble?
Great question. So the best way I can explain it is the bubble was like 4 different bubbles, all under one bubble. So there were 3 hotels, especially at the beginning before, the playoffs started and we dwindled from 21 teams to 16 teams. There was 8 teams in each of the 3 hotels, and you couldn't leave the confines of the hotel unless you were on one of the designated buses that went directly to one of the other hotels or to the 4th bubble, which was the playing area, the practice area where the arenas were and things of that nature. So acreage wise, it was like a resort. The hotel had a pool, it had a little restaurant on a lake that we had at our place. Each hotel was set up a little bit differently. And the NBA did a really great job. I mean, Walt Disney did an unbelievable job partnering with us, but the NBA logistically did an incredible job setting that up so that guys could go from hotel to hotel on those public buses. But public, I mean just NBA personnel using them only. And they had its own little infrastructure where we were never really ever exposed to the outside world. It was just hotel to hotel to hotel, or hotel to, playing area, arena, practice, things like that.
Some of the shooting exhibitions we saw were downright historic, right? So I have to ask, was it easier to shoot in an arena without fans surrounding you, without all that noise?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's that famous term in boxing, shadow boxing. And at the end of the day, I think if I asked anybody, regardless of if they're a basketball player or not, to take a jump shot in an empty gym or take a jump shot with 17,000 people screaming and yelling and hoping you miss and wishing the worst upon you, they'd probably take the empty gym. So it definitely had a little bit of an effect on it. But at the end of the day, all of us were under the same circumstances. So it was all relative, in my opinion. I think, some teams can say they were affected by the bubble. Some teams will say they weren't. But it was all relative, so I don't really know that can ever be used as an excuse, but it was definitely different, and it was definitely unfortunate that we weren't able to play in front of not just our fan base, but NBA fan bases across, the United States.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Your team, the Milwaukee Bucks, came in as the top seed in the East. How much did it hurt? Because you guys got knocked off by the Miami Heat. How much did it hurt not having the home court? Because your home court is rabid.
Yeah, the Pfizer Forum and the Milwaukee fan base, they really show out. I would say, for us, it probably did play a role. I mean, I just try to look at it a little bit like we were a veteran team. So the majority of my team was prepared for the NBA playoffs. They were prepared for that intensity, and they were excited for it. Some of the teams you play, they're young. They're not far removed from the AAU basketball days back in high school when you're playing in an empty gym. Nor have they ever experienced what it's like to play in the NBA playoffs with everything that surrounds it from a fan standpoint, TV standpoint, the whole nine. So, again, I don't think we want to use that as an excuse. We should have played better basketball, and, we'll make sure that we take a look at what we did so that we can come back and be better next year. But I would say not being able to play in front of the Pfizer Forum fans definitely played a role in, our ability to perform, as well as I would say the other team's ability to perform.
All right, last basketball question, because there's so much uncertainty. Do you have any idea, target date, when you're going to play again, the season? How long? Will it be in front of fans? I mean, how many things are up in the air right now?
So many things are up in the air. I mean, the only thing they really have in stone at the moment is, the draft, which is November 18th. But other than that, they got to figure out free agency, and I think they're going to try to back into that from figuring out a start date to the NBA, to the regular season. And I know it got released a day or two ago that the NBA proposed a December 22nd start. Whether that gets passed or not, we won't know until at least Friday. And that's if they figure it out by Friday. They have extended the deadline in the past, so we'll see. But I think, there's a lot of things to be uncovered and a lot of things to be figured out. But at the end of the day, there are people. I got the Notre Dame education, but there are people smarter than me in charge of that. So I'll be ready to go whenever that is.
All right, Pat, before you go, please share with us, please share with everybody what Notre Dame, what this university has meant to you personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to put that in words. The first word that comes to mind is everything. I would say, what Notre Dame does for its students, for its alums, for its families. That sense of community is what has really, drawn me to it from, the day I stepped foot on campus in high school on my official visit. But you don't really understand it until you're there. And then I would say, don't even understand it fully until you leave, until you see the community that remains with the alumni, with the, current student body, the athletic department, everybody. And I think, the uniqueness of that is what makes it so special and what has really, helped me get to where I am today, because, I wouldn't be here without Notre Dame.
It's been a pleasure following your career in the NBA, Pat. Always good to talk to you. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go back to Justine Ward.
Thank you, Vic. Great interview. Joining us now is Notre Dame student Van Abbott, a junior from Petersburg, Alaska. Van, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
So we don't get too many students from Alaska, especially from outside of Anchorage. Why did you choose Notre Dame, and tell us about your hometown?
Yeah, my town I'm from, it's called Petersburg. It's a small island, just about 100 miles south of Juneau, and it's a primarily Norwegian, just small fishing community. In Notre Dame, I didn't really have too much of a connection with it. I've had a few distant family members come here, but I just was really looking for something new, and Notre Dame was a fantastic school that was very far away from home and provided something new.
So as an Alaskan, you've taken up one of the most classic summer jobs that many of us associate with Alaska, commercial fisherman. How did you get into that?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, Petersburg's a huge fishing community, and it's being a deckhand in the summer is just a great opportunity for young adults and teenagers growing up there. And I always planned on fishing in the summertime as a summer job to be able to save up and afford for like the best education I could get. And so I got into it just after my freshman year of high school. That was probably one of the toughest summers I've had. And in the industry, it's called greenhorn when you're completely just inexperienced. And I had to just battle that learning curve that summer. And once I got that experience through that summer, I was able to get better jobs on better boats and kind of work my way up.
So a lot of us are familiar with the crab fishermen from the Discovery series Deadliest Catch, but you fish exclusively for salmon. We saw some pictures there. So what's a typical day like on a salmon fishing boat in the Bering Sea?
Yeah, so the area I've been in the past past 3 summers actually was it's called Bristol Bay, and it's the largest sockeye salmon run in the world, and it's we fish on small boats with small crew. It's a 32-foot boat with typically 3 to 4 guys as the crew. And the days are long hours. We fish the tides. So we fish through the night just whenever the tide's coming in and bringing fish, and just catch a couple hours of sleep here and there when we can, usually once or twice a day. And once we fish through the day, and once the boat gets loaded, we sell that fish to bigger boats who take the fish back to port for us, so we can stay out on the water and stay out there fishing 24/7 pretty much.
So you talked about the learning curve and working through that sleep deprivation. Is this very physically demanding? Was that part of the learning curve?
Yeah, everything you're doing is physical pretty much. You're just in the moment trying to keep the boat running and keep a smooth and safe operation going. And the sleep deprivation is a big part of that. You just got to stay aware and stay sharp. Everything you're doing is physical, and just staying on your feet, trying to stay upright in the ocean swell and the waves. Takes a toll and is just pretty tiring. All around, just kind of exhausting. But you learn to get through it.
Do you think it's helped you after some late nights staying up to study before finals?
Definitely, yeah. It throws studying and staying up for finals and everything. I just try to think back to the countless hours I've worked before, just throw it into perspective. And it definitely helps me just put my head down and work and get what needs to be done.
All right, so before we let you go, what do you want to do after you graduate?
I actually don't have any plans. I would like to pursue a career in software engineering. I'm a computer science major, but other than that, I am just open to anything and kind of seeing where life takes me.
Yes, take your time. Enjoy the time you have left at Notre Dame, because it's truly special and you can't get it back. So we appreciate the time today, Van.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Vic, send it over to you.
Our next guest has some breaking news for us. Please welcome this former Notre Dame football captain, James Onuwalu. James. welcome back to Notre Dame.
How's it going?
Very good. All right,
Thank
share
you.
the big news if you could.
Today I had a tryout this morning with the Las Vegas Raiders and thankfully got signed. So
That quickly, it happens that fast. How many teams have you spoken to? How did this come about? The Raiders just pick up a phone and say, "Come on down"?
yeah, every week teams are kind of changing their rosters based on their needs. And thankfully I've got a really good agent that's been on top of it. So with COVID and everything, I've actually been here for the last 6 days, taking a COVID test every day and quarantining in this hotel. And finally today I got to get out on the field and show them what I got.
All right, yeah, so you completed your tryouts yesterday. I'm not sure what that means, how much you had to run and how much tryouts constitutes, but you had to fly in, you started your quarantine before getting the chance. Tell us about the tryout process itself. What is it? How many hours are you out there working?
Actually, the trial process happens pretty quickly. The tryout process, it can really just be 30 minutes. The coaches are out there, and it can happen fast. So the GM's out there, head coaches out there, and linebacker coach will pretty much put you through drills. And once you perform, they make a decision pretty much right after that. So.
Last season, you were set to be a starting linebacker for the Jacksonville Jags. Then a week before the start of the season, you tore your ACL. So how difficult has it been coming back from that? And how did it bring you to where you are today?
Yeah, definitely a challenging year. A lot of frustration, but feel like it's made me a better player. Made me take the game and really appreciate every single day that I get to compete and really push myself. Feel really blessed to be able to get back to this point and continue to play some ball. But, the year and the rehab process has been quite the journey. So happy to be getting back into practice tomorrow.
The Raiders, both their GM and their coach have ties to Notre Dame. Mike Mayock was a longtime color analyst. You saw him on NBC. John Gruden went to Clay High School. Used to cover Clay High School when I worked here in South Bend. His dad coached under Dan Devine. What does it mean to maintain that Fighting Irish connection in the pros?
Yeah, it's always great to have a little Irish connection in the pros. I know Theo Riddick's out here, so looking forward to connecting with him. And I mean, even throughout their whole staff, like you said, there's a ton of Notre Dame connections. So excited to get into the building, introduce myself, and continue that pipeline into the league.
All right, staying on the subject of Notre Dame for a minute here. While you were playing for the Irish, you went through a number of position changes. Needless to say, you went from wide receiver to safety and then linebacker. I've never heard of that. What's it like going through all those transitions as a college player?
Yeah, thankfully we had a great staff to show me the way. It was definitely challenging, but coming in as a wide receiver, had a great group of guys that really helped me learn offense. Had Tommy Reese throw me a couple balls, but really playing with guys like Will Fuller and CJ Procise, I didn't really see much of an opportunity past that. So thankfully, Coach Kelly gave me the opportunity to switch to defense and move forward from there. Had a great defensive staff that just really taught me the way. Kyle McCarthy being one of them, who's actually my agent now, who played at ND and continued that pipeline in the league. So he taught me a ton. But also a bunch of great players around me. Joe Schmidt, Jalen Smith, guys like that just showed me the way on defense and just helped me continue to get better.
Yeah, say hi to Kyle for me. I met him when he played some safety for the Denver Broncos. All right, so you pursued football even though you actually received a Wall Street job offer while in college here, a job offer while still in school. I don't know how that worked out, but are you glad you've chosen this path?
Yeah, absolutely happy. I've still tapped my toes into the finance world. My brother and I do a couple little investing things here and there, and he's still very much in the finance world. So I love to follow his career. But for me, I think that it's only once in a lifetime to be able to chase your dream and play professional sports and compete at the highest level. So I've loved every second of this journey. Every second at Notre Dame was a blessing, and every second in the NFL has been a blessing. So going to chase the dream and continue this journey as long as possible before whatever my next career may be.
All right, so when you're done with quarantine and you get to practice with the team, how does the ladder work from there? I mean, when do you anticipate possibly getting a shot at the active roster and playing in a game?
Yeah, I mean, it can happen fast. You know, the year before, 2 years ago, when I was in my second year, I got signed to San Francisco's practice squad, and a week later, I was on the active roster. So it really depends. I'm in here. I'm actually still at the desk doing some work now, studying the playbook, trying to get up to speed as fast as possible since these guys are going into week 7. So really depends on the player. As fast as you can get, you know, get up to speed as fast as you can climb the ladder. So I'm starting out on the practice squad. Obviously haven't played football in a year due to my ACL. So excited to get the pads back in, get the pads back on and just get comfortable in the helmet again. But hopefully we'll be climbing that ladder pretty quickly.
You've got an amazing story, my man, and it's fun to listen. James, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Take care.
Go Irish.
And good luck. Justine, let's go back to you.
Thank you. All right, we are now welcoming Jack Mowat. Jack, why don't you give us your Notre Dame introduction?
Hi, I'm Jack Mowat. I am a junior civil engineer. I am a proud resident of Duncan Hall, and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Fabulous. Okay, so you have done something relatively few people have been able to do. What is it?
I am a crossword puzzle constructor, and I have been published in venues such as the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times.
Wow. I understand that yours was also published in the prestigious Sunday section.
Yes, I had the privilege of having a larger Sunday puzzle published back in April. It was actually on my sister Margaret's birthday, so that was a nice surprise. And that followed my debut in the Times back in August, and then my national debut in the Journal back in July of 2019. So it's been a really crazy journey. I've had a really good time, and I've been really proud of the work that I've been able to do.
So you're a civil engineering major, as you mentioned. How did you get into crossword puzzles?
Well, it's been with me for a lot of my life. I started doing them with my grandmother when we went over to her house as a kid, and I never stopped. I started doing them a lot with my roommate my freshman year, and we even started putting them up on our wall, as you can see there. Had tons by the end of the year. It was a great testament to all that we solved. And I found an article that said, this is how you build a crossword puzzle in 4 parts from the New York Times. And I kind of went from there. I found a mentor and I started creating puzzles, and here we are.
So Jack, can you give me any tips? Because I actually like crossword puzzles. I do them with my dad, Dave, who may also be watching this. So for a beginner, how do we begin to get good at crossword puzzles?
It is practice. It's practice, practice, practice. No one is innately good at crossword puzzles. They are a weird thing. I can tell you that. The more you do them, I do the daily puzzles, the faster you get, the better you get, the more you recognize, the better you're able to pick up on themes and the puns that come along with them. So it's just about that iteration, that practice.
Is there competitions for this sort of thing?
Yes, there's the American Crossword Puzzle Tournament that happens every year, hosted by Will Shorts. I have unfortunately never been, but I do hope that I will be able to someday. And there's plenty of online ones. I've participated in those with friends, and the community is huge, and it's a great community too, just of lots of people who solve and enjoy crossword puzzles.
Jack, I feel like you are a shoe-in to win, so you should get on that. What is the most difficult aspect of making a crossword puzzle?
It really depends on the day. A lot of the time, sometimes it's the creativity process. For me, I can sometimes have a difficult time coming up with a good theme. Occasionally, it can be putting the grid together, so getting all of the other words in that puzzle that fill around the theme answers. That can often take a very long time and can be a process that takes patience. But overall, it's just sticking through the puzzle and seeing it through the end. Sometimes that can be the most difficult, but that's often the most rewarding part.
Oh, Jack, thanks so much for joining us and sharing your love of crossword puzzles. You really gave us some great insights. We appreciate it.
Of course, NJ, thanks.
All right, we're going to send it back over to Vic Lombardi. Hey, Vic.
Thanks, Justine. Joining us now is yet another former Fighting Irish star making his name in the National Football League, Jerry Tillery. Welcome to Notre Dame Day, Jerry.
Hi, Vic. How are you?
Very good, thanks. All right, you grew up in SEC country. You're a top student in your high school. How did Notre Dame attract you?
Oh, well, I knew that Notre Dame was just a great place to get an incredible education, and that was something that was where I wanted to start with my college career, on that foundation. So I knew Notre Dame could provide that, and I made the right decision to go.
You came in ND, considered one of the top offensive linemen in the country, and then Notre Dame switched you to defensive tackle. Did you want that switch? Was it a tough transition?
Of course, yeah. My senior year of high school, I played some defensive line, and I said, hey, this is pretty fun. So I wanted to do this in college as well. And I made some calls, and the coaches at Notre Dame were open to it, and I never looked back.
All right, Jerry, your favorite memory, moment, whatever it may be from your time with the Irish. What is it?
Oh, man, I'd say we were 11-0 going to LA to play USC. We got the big win, 12-0 walking off the field. We were going to get a chance to play for a national championship.
Nothing like beating SC, too, to get there. All right, so what was your reaction to being selected in the first round of the 2019 NFL Draft? Anytime you're a first rounder, that's a big deal. You carry that label with you for the rest of your career.
I think so. I think it does mean something, and it was an incredible honor. I was able to, show all the work that I had put in, and be able to bring my talents to the next level.
What's it like with the Chargers and that stadium? We've seen that stadium on television. That looks awesome. What's it like on the inside?
Vic, it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful stadium in America. They've done something really special here in LA with this new stadium, and I think anyone who loves new technology or new games should come out and watch a game here in this stadium.
Well, we can't wait when COVID's done with. You're lucky enough now to be on the Chargers. That's a team with several Fighting Irish alums. What's that been like? Who are all the alums that you're associated with there?
Oh, we had quite a few. We started on the defensive line with Isaac Rochelle, who also I played with at Notre Dame, who we were on the field together. Here for the Chargers as well. Drew Tranquil, who has played a lot of football for us at Notre Dame, and also here with the Chargers. We have Asmar Bilal, linebacker. We have Alohi Gilman, and yeah, that's a lot of Notre Dame guys, and we definitely stick together.
This week, the Chargers are headed to Denver. I cover the Broncos. You're going to play a game, and hopefully it's not as cold as it was earlier in the week, but we're anticipating a great matchup between Drew Lock and Justin Herbert. That quarterback you have is something else. Has he surprised you?
Definitely. I think he was he was also selected in the first round to come play quarterback for us, and he's done a great job, and we're looking forward to the future with Justin Herbert.
Living in Newport can't be too shabby. Congratulations, Jerry, on you and your career in the NFL. Many good years to come, my man.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be right back with more great stories right after this short timeout.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.
AJ Pollock is?
You want me to say it now? All right, we have some breaking news as AJ Pollock, Notre Dame alum, and the Los Angeles Dodgers just won the World Series. Congratulations, LA. Congratulations, AJ. Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Justine Ward. Joining us now is Notre Dame student and the president of Bauer Hall, Patrick Buck. Patrick, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you.
All right, so we saw the gorgeous Bauer Hall maybe an hour or so ago. What has it been like living there in this brand new gorgeous residence hall?
Well, living in Bauer Hall has been absolutely fantastic. We have the best facility on campus, and we have the opportunity to make so many new and awesome traditions that everyone gets to be a part of planning.
So you also have the unique position of being the first president of a new residence hall. You're also a freshman. Why did you run for this position and how did you get elected?
Well, leadership has always been something that I've been pretty passionate about. I was involved in student government in high school, and I knew that I wanted to be a part of the Notre Dame student government system. So during our first week of classes, our fantastic rector here at Bauer Hall, Deacon Robert, announced that we'd be having open elections for all of our government positions. After he described the role of the president, I knew that it was something that I wanted to do. And a typical president here at Notre Dame is a junior, but I wasn't really as intimidated because I knew that with a great team, I'd be able to do a good job. So to actually run for president, I knew the most important thing would just be to get to know the guys at Bauer. To do this, I just went door to door, talking with each of the guys, talking about what I'd like to do as president, and then listening to them, listening to what they wanted out of a presidency and out of a hall government and what they wanted Bauer Hall to look like.
Some traditional campaigning there. So is this a position you plan to rerun for? How does that work?
We haven't exactly decided that yet. We're just going to take it one step at a time and focus on this year.
Makes sense. So as a new residence hall, you don't have the same years or even decades of traditions and symbols that many other halls have. So what are some of those symbols and traditions, and how did you guys select them as a group?
Exactly. So we don't have the traditions or symbols that other dorms have, but we have the unique opportunity to make our own. And as we make these traditions, we feel it's really important that everyone has a voice in them, that everyone's ideas and opinions are heard. So as we went about selecting our mascot, we first allowed anyone in the dorm to put forward a selection. We did a first little primary vote to limit down these selections to a couple few, and then we had a final vote. I'm proud to announce that we are the Bauer Buccaneers, that our colors are burgundy and gold, and that our motto is ad puro ad speds, which means through adversity to hope. We think this motto is really important for our dorm, not only this year, but for the brotherhood that we're trying to build. We're trying to build a community that really pushes each other through those tough times and into the hope. And then as far as the traditions that we're making, we've already started some of our great traditions. One of our favorites so far comes on game days. The Buccaneers are woken up by Jack Harrington, a junior in our dorm who plays the bagpipes. The guys all then head to breakfast together and then back to Bauer for some spike ball.
What time is this wake-up call, sir?
Depends on what time the game is. If it's a night game, it's a little bit later, but if it's a 2:30 kickoff, right around 7 or 8, depending on the game.
The bagpipes at 7 a.m. Wow. That is a tradition for sure. Okay, so what about some future activities and projects that you guys will undertake?
Well, as you know, every dorm at Notre Dame has a signature charity event. So we're currently working with the Student Activities Office to plan a plasma donation drive, so that anyone who has tested positive for COVID previously can donate their plasma and use their antibodies to fight this pandemic.
All right, lastly, Patrick, what makes the Bauer Hall community unique?
Well, the Bauer Hall community is unique because we really get to shape what happens in Bauer Hall. We have a great facility that was provided through the generosity of the Bauer family, and we're really looking to build a community that honors their devotion to this university. As our rector, Deacon Robert, loves to say, Bauer Hall is a place of special welcome. We're building a community where everyone is welcome. And really, Bauer Hall is not just a dorm. It's a brotherhood and a place to form these long-lasting friendships.
Patrick, great job. Freshman, president of a hall, and first live television appearance in the books. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go Irish.
All right, let's go over to Vic Lombardi.
All right, thanks, Justine. Our next guest, a Notre Dame football, NFL, all-time great who needs no further introduction than to say that the Heisman is named after him. It used to be called the Heisman until Joe Theismann came around. Joe, welcome to Notre Dame Day, my friend.
Thank you, Vic. You're very kind. Before we get any questions, I'm doing the math for Patrick. It's we have a presidential election this year. I figure 4 years he graduates, so that'll be 24. 28, he would probably he could well be the youngest president in the United States.
That's a good point.
So I'm looking at Patrick 2032. I just want to be around.
Yeah.
You know what makes Notre Dame so special is listening to Jerry and Jack and Patrick, listening to people talk about the university, the way they have a passion for it, just as I did as a young man many years ago when we got on campus. And I was there when it was a different environment. It was all male at that time, and the women joined us in '72 and made the university so much better, I guess you could say. But it was just listening to them talk. It just, my heart just jumps out. And you see that statue over my right shoulder. That's of Coach Parsegan being carried off the field after we won the Cotton Bowl back in 1971. So it stays real close to me, as the university does all the time.
All right, so explain to us, Joe, I know you're not a West Coast guy. Why are you in LA tonight?
I am not in LA. I'm actually at my home in Virginia, and it's coming up on midnight where I am, but I wouldn't miss this for anything in the world.
Oh, it said LA over your shoulder.
I'll be in LA. I'll be in LA tomorrow. I'm going out to shoot a commercial tomorrow. So
I see. Okay.
I'll be doing that, but I thought I was going to be there this evening, but pushed the flight back a little bit. So I didn't want to be on a plane and miss you.
All right, so pandemic life for Joe Theismann, what's it been like the last 7 months?
It's like, I think everybody else, it's a learning experience. I still am doing a lot of virtual presentations now. And one of the things I've really thought about is everybody says now the world is changing. I'm looking at it a little bit different and saying now the world is presenting all of us with an opportunity to learn about ourselves, to learn about the businesses that we're involved, to learn a different way to live. Relationships are something that we spend a lot of time around people we normally wouldn't. And I would venture to say, Vic, that if the pandemic did not come, I would say most people listening out there would have lived their life exactly the same way that they did. And all of a sudden now our feet have been slammed to the ground and we're forced to look at things. Yeah, in the National Football League season, there's a bye week. Everybody gets a bye week. Everybody gets a week off. Interestingly enough, coaches don't study opponents during that time. They study themselves. So what I've basically done is if you look at life as we see it now, it's socially a giant bye week where we get a chance to examine so many things about our own lives that we never really thought we would do, and the relationships that we have and the relationships that we want. And it gives us, I think, a different perspective on what life is all about. So it's given me a chance to be able to look at a lot of different things and work very diligently on my handicap to try and get it to a place where I can compete with you. And I just really, I'm trying hard. That's all. I mean, I watch you swing a club and I think someday I'd like to be that good.
Yeah, my game got worse. The more you play, the worse you get. Hey, Joe, love your perspective, by the way. You've watched a lot of Notre Dame football this season. I'm sure you have. And this is one of those rare teams, an undefeated team. Until November 7th comes around, it's still hard to say, how good is this version of the Notre Dame football team?
I think it's a question that'll be answered on that day. Everybody talks about Clemson, and we've seen them struggle a little bit at times. And Notre Dame a couple of weeks ago, I mean, we scored 12 points. And everybody said, oh, that's the number 4 team in the nation. Then we moved up to number 3. And then you see the way we played this weekend, and you get excited. I mean, Pittsburgh, it's a good football team. It's a good, solid football team. And we did a great job. I think the fact that our linemen, our offensive line are all basically veterans that have been together. Ian's been there for the 4 years as a starter. And I think this is the best football that he's played. It seems like he and Tommy are on the same page. And our defense, again, continues to be stellar. I mean, Jerry talks about all those guys that are a part of that defense out with the Chargers. There's so many terrific young Notre Dame men that are in the National Football League, and a lot of them on the defensive side of the ball. And so to me, I think this football team has their best football ahead of them, and everybody's pointing towards November 7th, but you just can't overlook Georgia Tech. You just cannot overlook that team before what's supposed to be the big game of the year, the barometer game. I mean, we all go through it in sports. You always sometimes think past that one particular team and it jumps up and bites you. And I guarantee you, Brian is sitting there every day with every member of that football team saying, look, let's focus on this one. We'll take care of next week, but let's focus on this one, get it done so we don't mess up this opportunity that's there for us.
All right, so your senior year, 1971, you go to the Cotton Bowl. You're taking on Texas at the time. And the Longhorns came in with a ridiculous win streak, something like 30 games, and yet the Irish whipped them in that game 24-11. What do you remember about that game? And if you're standing in front of today's team, what lessons did you learn from that game that they could use against Clemson?
Well, the first thing I learned was don't get your ulnar nerve hurt so you can't throw the ball in the second half. My right elbow, I couldn't feel the ball in the second half of the game. So we changed our approach and credit Tom Pagna, who was our coordinator, of course, era, to make the adjustment. But our defense did such a great job on their wishbone. I would say to every guy, if I was talking to them today about Notre Dame getting ready for the next game, is everybody do your job to the best of your ability. Don't worry about the other guy. Don't try and make up for things. We're all put in a position where we have a chance to do the right thing. And now it's up to each one of us as individuals to make our mind up that we all want to get to that one place at the end of the year where we're playing for a national championship. And that's the singular focus that these guys have to have right now. It's not about anybody but us. And that was the thing that Joe Gibbs was so great about, Vic, is we didn't talk about what other teams would do. We talked about the way we ran the game. We controlled the tempo. We controlled so many of the aspects of the game. In 1983, as a matter of fact, our football team, the Washington football team, when we went to the Super Bowl for the second consecutive time, in the giveaway takeaway realm, which people may not understand, it's when you take the ball away from the opponent more than you give it up. We were plus 43.
Wow.
We took the ball away 43 times from opponents, more than we gave it up. Yeah. And I think for these young men out there, it's like, take care of your job. Think about the guy next to you and don't try and do too much, but do whatever you're asked to do to the best of your ability.
Opportunistic, much like many of the students here at Notre Dame. All right, Joe, you've worked on this broadcast team since this event started. Tell us why you always make time for Notre Dame Day.
I think Notre Dame Day, to me, is one of the most unique and special experiences that we get to see so many different aspects of alumni and currently what's going on campus. I'm looking at, I believe it was Jack who had the crossword, who makes crossword puzzles. Mm-hmm. I can't get one word right. And he creates a crossword puzzle. I sat here in awe of what he was doing. But you learn so much about different aspects, like I say, of the university, what people are doing, what they did now in their lives, what they're doing in their lives, what they did before, their experiences at the university. These young men and young women right now are experiencing something that is somewhat very unique, and hopefully they'll never go through it again in their life. You have split classes. You're learning on Zoom. You're learning on Skype. You're learning on all the different aspects of the technology that's available to us. It's changed the way we look at life. And as far as I'm concerned, Notre Dame Day to me was all about what the University of Notre Dame really is. It's diversity. It's not sports. It's not academics. It's a meshing of everything that exists. It's technology. It's religion. It's all the things that I think we should hold near and dear, and all the things that we can learn from going forward. What I love so much about Notre Dame Day was so many different people that I had a chance to interview and talk to. And I know you feel the same way, and Justine also, but also so many things I learned about the university. I didn't know that they played elephant polo. We had that on a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I sit in awe, and I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to the hotel. I want to stay there and meet the people and say hello and listen to the experiences that so many wonderful Notre Dame people have gone through. I think it's a very special day, and it's very unique. And I don't know of any other university that does what we do, and that's what makes us special.
Totally agree. Inspiring. Joe, I think you're the only Notre Dame alum, by the way, who looks younger today than when you did your playing days here. I don't know how you do it. I have no idea. Keep doing it.
I can tell you, Vic, I can tell you one thing, my waist is not as small, okay? Looking at those pictures of the Cotton Bowl, that's not my waist anymore.
Joe, when things get back to normal, I hope to see you up here for ND Day, and I want you for 18 holes at Warren or 9 at Burke, one of the two. You got that?
Consider it done. I hope before the end of the year, maybe we can, through the good graces of vaccines or some company coming up with something that gives me a chance to get to a game. And I'm really looking forward to getting back on campus. I try to make 3 a year at least. And I would be remiss without mentioning somebody who I think is so special and does so much, is Peter Chivarelli. Peter and I were in school together. He was Rudy before Rudy did his movie and everything else. He was the guy that never had a chance to play, but loves this university with all his heart. He's the one, this statue that sits off my right shoulder, he's the one that went out and created it. He's the one that wanted Era to be honored in this way. And that's the commitment of the individuals to one another. Real quick, if I could take 1 second. When I played in the Hula Bowl in 1971 in Hawaii, we all got off the plane. We flew from Texas together. I got off the plane, and there was a group of about 50 people away from everybody else. It was the Notre Dame Club of Hawaii had come out to welcome me to the islands. And nobody else had it. Everybody else, all the big universities, they all went off to the hotel. I went off to a luau with the Notre Dame family. And that's really what Notre Dame is to me. It's more than just a university. It's a family. And that's what I appreciate so much.
Joe Theismann, cannot thank you enough for spending time with us tonight. Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you soon, my friend.
Look forward to it, Vic. Take care.
All right. Let's go back to a commercial break, and we're back with our final guest right after this.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is jumping.
This land was made for you and me.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and convictions can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
All right, we are back in the social media lounge here in Duncan Student Center, closing out this Notre Dame Day. Thank you to everyone who has given back to a cause close to your heart. You can see the impact up here. Incredible. 23,129 gifts received. Absolutely awesome. Those gifts went to 731 distinct campus causes. Just so many ways that the Notre Dame family showed up for our students and all of their work to further the mission of Notre Dame in the world. I want to highlight some of the hourly challenges winners from today. Shout out to Right to Life, Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Club, a brand new club this semester, Ultimate Frisbee, Stanford Hall, Big Stanford love, NBA Military Veterans Club, and ACE. So many incredible groups that have really seen a lot of impact from alumni, parents, and friends this Notre Dame Day. We are so thankful for everyone who could tune in to so many great stories and really show up for our students. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you on the next Notre Dame Day. I will send it back to you, Vic.
Thank you. And our final guest this evening, well, we're going to let Justine handle this one. Or are we? We don't have him quite yet. We had some Zoom issues. You know, we've been very fortunate tonight, Justine. Most of our interviews, both last night and tonight, have come off perfectly with Zoom. It's a new era.
Yep.
6 months ago, if I told you, can you get on your laptop and we'll do a Zoom, you would have no, yes. I knew nothing of it. So the fact that we got all these interviews pretty much unencumbered is a credit to everybody working this Notre Dame Day.
And we really got an inside look at the students, Vic. You saw them in their dorm rooms. We saw such a diverse class and all of the skills. They're so talented. Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Joe Theismann said it best. I mean, you walk around campus here, and I talk to some of the students, and I wonder aloud. I know you were most recent here. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I qualify for Notre Dame as I did 30 years ago. I'm not sure I could get in.
Vic, I know you would.
I mean, these kids have so many different layers. That's the thing. It's not just academics. It's not just athletics. The service aspect for each one of these students is what amazes me most. You saw every dormitory had a service commissioner, and that's important to the school. It's important to the kid, and it's important to Notre Dame. I'm really impressed by that.
You know, Vic, what's something we heard over and over again about what makes Notre Dame so special is the people.
Yes. And we'll continue to do exactly that. Do we have our final guest? Yes, we do. Justine, take it away.
Yes, we do. Our last guest for the night, Vice President for University Relations, Lou Nanne. Lou, welcome to the broadcast.
Justine, thanks so much for having me on. I think who do you have to know around here to get a spot before midnight on this show? I'm getting a little old for these really late night spots. I don't know how you and Vic do it. You still look vibrant, energetic, passionate as ever. How is your MBA program going?
Well, Lou, we're saving the best for last. And you know what, Lou? It's the best decision that I've ever made. I am loving every minute of it. We have such an amazing and supportive, tight-knit class. And I feel so blessed and thankful to be back at Notre Dame. As I just said, best decision I've ever made. Thank you for asking.
Good. We're thrilled that you're back.
Oh, thank you. So, Lou, you were a student here in the early 80s. You returned to serve Notre Dame in 1999, and you now have a son and a daughter who are students here. You have nearly a quarter century of experience at Notre Dame as a student, administrator, and parent. How different has this semester been?
You know, it's been radically different, Justine. I think we think about this in terms of the crisis, right? First, there is the pandemic that everyone has had to adjust to, not just on campus, but throughout the world for that matter. All the economic dislocation that has been discussed, many families in the Notre Dame community, students and their parents, have been deeply impacted by the economy. And then there's all the racial injustice and racial unrest. And so it's made for a convergence where I would say we've been under a cloud. There's been a lot of depression and stress and anxiety in many circles that we were very concerned about with our students on campus. But to this cloud, there are a lot of silver linings. Just as Joe Theismann spoke about that, there's a lot that we begin to discover about ourselves. Today was a particularly poignant day as we did this Mass of Remembrance for two of our first year, students in the stadium just a little bit earlier tonight. Valeria and Olivia 2 students from Ecuador and from Bolivia that were tragically killed over the weekend. Their families were here, and thousands of Notre Dame students gathered for the Mass. And our hearts and prayers go out to those families, but also a family is at its best when it's tested or when it's most needed. And this is when you really appreciate the Notre Dame family coming together in prayer, holding up one another. Today also happens to be the 10th anniversary of the death of Declan Sullivan, who was tragically killed while filming the football practice. And earlier today, I spoke with his parents, and as they got together with their 2 remaining children. And these are days that weigh heavy in your heart, but there's no better place to be than to be a part of the Notre Dame family in difficult times like this.
Yes, absolutely, Lou. And, you know, the Notre Dame community has really come together in this difficult time. I want to go back to this past June. You had one of the most successful fundraising campaigns of all time, which included raising more than $1 billion for financial aid. Why do you believe so many alumni, parents, they're willing to share their time and treasure with Notre Dame? Is it because of that Notre Dame family?
It is. You know, Father Ted used to say that the greatest gift that you can ever give to another human being is the gift of a Notre Dame education. And I believe it's true because it's not just an education of the mind, it's also an education of the heart. And it's about a community that is everlasting and inspires you to some of these eternal lessons that we all want to share with our children, and we all need to be reminded of even as we grow older. And so that gift of a Notre Dame education is the ultimate gift. Notre Dame needs to continue to be more inclusive of the neediest students, wherever they come from, whatever background. Financial need should never be a barrier to a Notre Dame education. And that includes people who are in the middle class and upper middle class, for whom financial aid packages are also really critical to those families. So people understand that who've gone to school here, parents who've seen what it's done for their children understand it, and they're so amazingly generous to want to be able to give and extend that opportunity to others. We're blessed many times over.
Sure, absolutely. Now, Lou, we're getting ready to put a wrap on Notre Dame Day 2020. We've seen the gifts pouring in today. This is the 7th Notre Dame Day in history. The pandemic has made this one a bit different, but what has surprised you the most over these past 29 hours?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's the response has been amazing, right? I mean, during a pandemic, you expect things to be more grim. This is the most money that we've ever raised on a Notre Dame Day. The size of the gifts are the largest that they've ever been. And we've had 84 different countries that have tuned in as viewers to the broadcast last night and tonight. I'm always incredibly humbled by you, Justine, being here, Vic, Ann, Jack, the people in Notre Dame studios that are still up past midnight doing what needs to be done. Our Jim Small and our amazing development team here at Notre Dame. So many people behind the scenes that make sacrifices to make this all work. We're indebted to you. And then the student stories are just humbling and amazing. And so many, you cannot come through a couple of days like this and not feel humbled, inspired, and overwhelmed with gratitude.
Definitely. You can feel the love here. And I know, personally speaking, from my time doing this event is a big reason why I came back to Notre Dame to get my MBA. You talked about the student stories and seeing all the students that we got to hear from this year. Why was that important for this Notre Dame Day?
I mean, Notre Dame's always at its best. One thing we've learned around here is it's always at its best when we get out of the way and we put our students forward. And, you know, the student stories are just amazing. Just the range of interests and expertise that these students have. I've been working at the university for 21 years now, and I never cease to be amazed by the intellectual curiosity, by the passions, and by the spirit, the goodwill the service ethic that runs through so many of these students. I especially was, again, I'd heard the story before, but I watched your interview last night with Tommy McNamara, that Notre Dame student athlete on the lacrosse team who witnessed the theft of a purse in a restaurant and chased down the perpetrator and had an interaction that just brought me and I think so many of us to tears and makes us think and to learn from the young. Could I be like that? Could I have that level of kindness, that level of empathy, that level of compassion? And it's a blessing to be around young people like this because they make us want to be a little bit better and to live out our own beliefs more fully.
And Lou, before we go and say goodbye tonight, is there anything you'd like to say to the tens of thousands who have made a gift? They've watched this broadcast. They're still with us past midnight in the Eastern time zone here and love Notre Dame.
Yeah, I mean, words of gratitude seem to be insufficient right at this time, but please know from the bottom of our hearts, very genuinely, we are deeply grateful and we value the sacrifices that you are making on behalf of our students and on behalf of Notre Dame's mission to be leaven for a world that is deeply in need. So know that we recognize those sacrifices, and I promise that we will be the very best stewards that we possibly can be of your donations. And finally, one last thing, if I could, I'd like to ask everybody to please keep both Valeria's and Olivia's family, the Espinels and the Rojas families, and also Declan Sullivan's family as well today. Please keep them all in your prayers, and please pray for us at Notre Dame that we can be a community that is true to her name, that we can be tender, strong, and true in all that we do, and be a force for good in a world that is deeply in need. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. We certainly will keep everyone in our prayers, and especially the Notre Dame community. It was great to see you. Thanks for coming on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Justine. Thanks, Vic.
Lou is the best. All right, as we put a bow on 637 minutes of storytelling in this special fall edition of Notre Dame Day, we reflect back on all the good that the Notre Dame family is doing in this most unusual year. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, unprecedented in our lifetimes, we hope that the stories shared on this broadcast have served as bright lights. Our special focus on student stories illustrates the endless creativity, innovation, and empathy of the young women and men who are attracted to the University of Notre Dame. They've shown us the best of humanity amid the real loss experienced by so many during these uncertain times. We're also able to showcase the exploits of national champs, Super Bowl champs, college football and pro football Hall of Famers, a member of this year's U.S. Olympic team, a current world record holder, the only woman to play a game in the National Hockey League, a 4-star admiral leading the largest naval fleet in the world's most fit individual, even an active Navy SEAL who's studying to get his undergrad degree from Notre Dame. That's Notre Dame Day. It's a storytelling platform unlike anything in higher education, unlike anything in the world. And because of you, more than 700 student and campus organizations and areas of interest now have dollars to continue the activities that make their Notre Dame experience complete. In fact, this year's giving total is the largest in Notre Dame history, which is truly amazing. We cannot thank you enough. 178 years ago, a 28-year-old French priest stepped foot on this campus with $300 in his pocket and a dream in his heart. Inspired by Father Soren's timeless vision, we're living out that dream with greater passion than anyone could have imagined. Now it's time to close this broadcast from the grotto of Our Lady of Lourdes. Good night, everybody.